Hey there, lovelies. What's up, nerds? Give me a second. Sorry I'm late. I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me. If you can't, I understand. I don't know if I could. Let's make sure everything is where it needs to be. Andy Frey, thank you for the membership. Okay, this can go down here. Boom! What's up? How's everybody doing today? What's up, Lauren? What's up, Nova? Skim Milk, how's it going? Artists? I'm unforgivable. I accept. The Big Bo. How's it going? What's up? What's up? What's up? Joe Mama. Hi, late. I'm dad. I love you. Thank you. Please never change. Pixie Palettes. Hi, hi, hi. Spencer. Hello. Grievous. How's it going? You can submit stuff in one of two ways. Three ways. You can submit stuff either by checking the member tab of the YouTube, if you are a member on YouTube of the very cool level or higher. You can check the Patreon page if you're a patron. And if you are a subscriber on Twitch or any of those things, you can find the submission form in the Discord. You can make it to these over the summer. It's nice listening while relaxing. Oh, buddy, I'm glad you can be here too. What's up, Turtle? You just made dinner? Nice. Concrete Salazar. Is that my nickname? Is that what you call? Is that me? Oh, I gotta say we're live, by the way, too. Let me do that. I should probably say we're live on the thing. The thing. The Discord. We are live with member review. Members, find the submission. Members, subs, and patrons. Find the form in the member submissions channel. And we're live on Twitch too, I think. Oh yeah, we are. You know what's weird? I have my machine, I have my stuff set up so Twitch chat and YouTube chat are combined, which is nice. But the way that I figured out how to do it, it's hard to like. It's not always obvious that I'm on both of those. It's not. I can't immediately be like, oh yeah, I'm live on Twitch, because I just the chats just get mushed together. Okay, where do I need to do? Oh, I need to post this. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I'm being stupid. I'm being stupid. We've just started, and I've already started to be stupid. That's not the best. There we go. Boom. Okay. Now, we can get started. How's everybody doing today? So, if you are new to the channel, or this is your first time watching my show, hello, my name is CinderBlocksally. I do a lot of silly things online. I'm trying to get into more long-form YouTube content by making cool videos. Holy shit, Nova D just gifted 10 subs. Nova D. You're crazy. Thank you so much, dude. That is very, very kind of you. Very, very, very kind of you. We're going to hear that 10 times. Here's another one. Get ready. Here comes another one. I can make the music louder if you're annoyed by it. But I like it. I want it. There was a brief hailstorm up here at work. Knocked out one of the mall's skylights. That's crazy. Wait, why is my camera all fuzzy all of a sudden? All right, let's fix that. You guys just enjoy all the surprise, all the elations of new members for a second. Fix yourself, camera. Boom. There we go. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh, and some biddies. Guys, you're being very... We haven't even started stream yet. What are you doing being so generous? No, I appreciate it. So, if this is your first time on the channel, we do a lot of different stuff. But what we're doing tonight, and what we do a couple times a week, is we do Homebrew review. Thank you for the sub. By Alzul, thank you for the 100 cheers. Sharky hat. It's been a hot second, Sharky. So, usually at least 2 nights a week, but often 3 and sometimes 4, we will do a Homebrew review show. And the way that works is you send in Homebrew and I review it. And chat and I sort of discuss it together. Now, it is very critical. This is something that I always want to say from the start, is that we are not here to tell you you suck, but we are here to assume that you want to get better and that you want criticism. So we're here to give criticism. And what I want, the main thing that I ask of you, if you are somebody that's submitting Homebrew, is that you try to internalize the idea that whether or not I like your Homebrew doesn't matter. And your Homebrew, and me giving your Homebrew a very, very harsh critique, is not at all emblematic of you as a creator. I might tear your Homebrew utterly to shreds, and I'm going to make it somewhat comical, because this is a show. But I'm also going to give feedback while I do that, and also, I am not tearing you up. You are amazing. You have decided to go out of your way to create something for a game. You're making toys for people with your free time. That's crazy. So you are a champion already. You have won. You need no validation from me. If you are here, if you're here to seek validation from me, or your Homebrew, or you want validation for your Homebrew, I'm not going to do that. I'll tell you you're great. I'll do that validation. But the goal with your Homebrew that you submit to my show is that you are going in under the assumption that your Homebrew is not done, and you want people to give it really, really honest feedback. So that's what I want everybody to keep in mind if you're new to my show. If you've never seen this before, that's the vibe. We have a lot of love in our core, but we are very serious and often aggressive in the way we give feedback. But we are not ever trying to hurt anybody's feelings, and we are not ever... And if either I do something that fucks up in that way, or you guys do something that fucks up in that way, we try to take a little bit of a step back. Because sometimes that happens. But the tone is aggressive most of the time, just so you know. But aggressive with love, like an abusive relationship. Anyway, tonight is a special stream that is focused on people that are members of the channel, or subs on Twitch, or patrons on Patreon. And the main difference between the feedback for tonight versus the feedback for any other night, aside from this being the only night that it's for people that are paid supporters, is that the people that decide to become members or patrons or subs or whatever, they can call in during this stream. So normally when I give feedback, I don't really want to talk to you, because at the end of the day, I want your Homebrew to stand up on its own 2 legs. It needs to. In order for me to consider your Homebrew a success, from the perspective of you want me to give you very real feedback, a successful piece of Homebrew does not need to be described or explained or defended. So I don't like talking to people when I'm giving feedback, because that's often what it turns into. If you want to call into the show, usually what that feedback session will turn into is it will be a little bit of me giving that focused feedback, but there will be also a good chunk of us sort of just discussing the feedback and having it as a conversation. I will also say, though, if you call in and you start getting really defensive, I'm probably going to stop talking to you. Just so you know, because that's not the goal. The goal is never for us to have an argument. If you really dramatically disagree with me, it is totally okay to say you disagree with me, and it is totally okay to disagree with me. But I'm not going to get into an argument with you about it. You can always just decide, I disagree with that homebrew feedback. Thank you. We're going to move on from it. You don't need to say we're going to move on from it, but just say, I hear the feedback. Thanks. Or I hear the feedback. I don't agree. Whatever. But we're not going to get into debates about stuff, because that's not going to help you grow as a writer, and it's going to make me get annoyed, which I don't think is that's not true. I think it's fun for like half of you, but I think for the other half of you don't like it. And that's kind of it. That's the show. We try to be positive, but we also try to be honest and pretty brutal. You purge yourselves in my fire. The other nice thing of the member review is that it's usually a little bit of a smaller wheel. So, for example, the wheel tonight, so far, not that big. Pretty small wheel so far. Shades, you're not late. Tonight we started a bit later than we normally do. Ideally, people feel like they get better at writing by being a part of this process. Although I really, really, really think that you should only give me a tiny bit of credit. Because everything in a writing workshop situation like this, any real growth that happens comes from you deciding to, like, take action in some way or another, you know? You're taking action in a way where it's like, oh, I'm going to actually, if I'm watching the show, I'm going to be like, oh, that's helpful. I'm going to, like, write that down so I remember it. Or you are, like, you know, you're writing. You know, it's you're doing everything. You're literally doing all of it. If you're growing as a writer, it's not me that's doing it. It's you that's doing it. Because I guarantee you just watching some random streamer is not going to make you grow as a writer. As much as that would be a fun way to sell what I'm doing. What's up, je ne sais quoi? What's the wheel for? The wheel is for the way that we pick the homebrew. So, we get a lot of homebrew review submissions, and the easiest way for me to make it fair, so that everyone gets a fair chance of being reviewed, is I just do it totally randomly. So, like, because if I get 30 submissions in a night, which is not unreasonable, I could spend 5 minutes on a piece. I could spend an hour on a piece. I have no idea how many I'm going to get through on a night. So I don't want anybody to get, like, I don't want there to be a way to skip the line. And if, for example, somebody, Rex, very cool. Rex, you glorious Tyrannosauri. It just doesn't feel fair. Like, if, for example, you really wanted to do one of these shows, but you were at work when I put the form up, if I did them in linear order, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Random is better. Random is better. Random is better. Keeps it feeling honest. Also, I think it helps sort of set the precedent of you want your piece to get picked, but even if it doesn't, the process of reviewing somebody else's homebrew is, like, still helpful for you in ways that you can apply to your own homebrew. That's ideally what's happening here. Is it what ends up happening? I don't know. I like this song a lot. All right, let's, what time is it? 8:20? How many pieces do we have right now? I do like giving people a little bit of time to make sure they can get something in case they forgot. But I think maybe we could probably start. What's up, Akase? What's up, Geostellar? You're going to be lurking tonight? All right, buddy. Do what you got to do. You got to relace your work boot. Okay. That is either the sort of task that you are like, okay, chill, I can, like, meditate on it. Or you're like, this is the bane of my existence. It's one of those two. Have you guys ever had to lace, like serious work boots that are, like, big, like, serious, like, up to your knees, crazy, like, military style? Like, it's annoying. I don't like it. I'm too sloppy and messy and bad at focusing on one thing at the same time. Artist, thank you for the resub. Yeah, I would say 80% of the streams I do are ones where anybody can submit. So this week we had a homebrew review stream on Monday and then another one on Tuesday. The one on Monday was for anybody to submit really rough drafts, like if you had like half an idea, or if you like were just sort of starting with an idea or didn't really edit it at all yet. That was Monday. And then Tuesday was for polished drafts, and anybody could send in. So homebrew that you've been working on for a while, that you've gotten feedback on, that you've edited, etc. And then Wednesday we made homebrew together on stream. So usually I do 1 to 2 streams. I usually, a bare minimum, I do 1 stream for the members and 1 stream for the everybody. And if I do any other homebrew focused streams, they're all for the everybody. They're not too big. All right, that's good. You wear loafers? Yeah, that's the life to live. I'd like to live a loafer life. And that's a pretty great sentence. All right. Who's on the bottom list? Kase? Anybody else? No. Oh, Hunky. All right, Hunky. Got you, buddy. Next stream is probably going to be Monday. I think. Usually I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's usually the sometimes I'll do other days, but usually it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You've been busy with SATs? Oof. Dude, standardized testing is not fun. It's never been fun. No one's ever had a good time. It's such a terror. It's such the worst. I hate it so much. Squid Lips, thank you for the prime. Ooh, Hunky. Our most recent submitter, first person spun on the wheel. See, this is why it's good. Oh, we already more people. Fluffcopter. Sorry, I didn't get you on that spin. It's good that it's good why we check. It's good to check. It's good to check. Okay, Hunky says I'm new to D&D and I wanted to try making a basic joke item. Okay, Hunky. First of all, I love joke items. Did you not send me a link? You did not link me an actual piece of homebrew. You linked me the form. How's that? Okay, Hunky, you linked me the form. You didn't link me your homebrew. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to keep you on the wheel. I'm not taking you off the wheel. But you have to fix it. Arlentric, you son of a gun. Can we do... Okay, Arlo, we gotta check in soon. I wanted to follow up with you about doing a collab video. This is what I want to do, Arlo. I want to do a collab long-form video. I don't even care what it is. The goal is that we do something together, not live, that we can turn into essentially both of us having as our own videos. I don't know what that idea is yet, but if we can think about that, where we would both like get on a Zoom call or do something together, and then we could both take that footage and sort of turn it into our own things. I don't know exactly what that is, but let's brainstorm it because I really want to do it. Okay. Anyway, let's be real. Hunky deserves more than what we just gave him because there is sort of a rule here when somebody fucks up, which is that we acknowledge that everybody fucks up and we don't be mean to them about it. In fact, if anything, we go out of our way to commiserate. So, Hunky, hear me. And look at chat. Look at them. Look at the honor they're bestowing upon you. Because this is the most important thing I'm going to say all stream. And I'm saying it right now. It don't matter if you mess up. It don't. It matters if you give up. It's okay to fall. It's okay to stumble.
Salute the fallen.
It's okay to salute the fallen. You should. But you should also lend them a hand and an emotional support if they choose to rise. So, Hunky, I hope you choose to rise, and you fix your submission form so I can actually read your homebrew. Because I'd really like to read it! Anyway. Hunky, we wish you well. And let me know, you gotta let us know in the chat if you do fix it, because if you don't fix it... Actually, I'm gonna take you off the wheel until you let me know that you're here and you fix it, because I don't want to keep spinning you by accident. Fluffcopter is here. What's up, Fluff? Just did, but it's time for others to shine. Joe Mama, are you Hunky? Is that you? If that's you, let me be very clear that that's you, and I'll put you back on the wheel. If that's not you, I'm not going to put you back on the wheel. Because that's not you. That is you? Okay. Boom! You're back on the wheel. Wow, 2 in a row. The most recent submission got picked. What are the odds? All right, Fluff. What you got for us today, buddy? A Hollow Knight monster. Kind of hard for me to balance low-level flying speed, even if it's really slow. Flying speed is not that big a deal on monsters. I mean, it's big, but it's not that big. I don't know Hollow Knight at all. So this is going to be one of those feedbacks where if you, as an audience member, know what Hollow Knight is, you could focus your feedback on, does this do a good job of representing the way this monster is supposed to feel in the game? And does it translate the way it feels in the game well into a D&D version of that? If you know this creature, do that. I don't know this creature. So I am really just going to be basing my feedback off of the way I feel about this thing sort of separately from wherever it comes from. Does that sound good to everybody? This is called a Fun Goon. I love the art. I'm assuming this is the artist's name. This is what I would do for you. If I was you, if this scribble is an artist's signature, I would still actually include their name written in like more legible writing somewhere. Just because while this might be a signature, it's not actually usable for anybody if they want to seek that artist out. And the whole real point of crediting an artist is to give them a little bit of publicity on, like, to give them some focus and to give the opportunity for the people that are looking at it to seek them out. So, while technically it's like, yeah, it has their name on it, it's a good thing to do to still make sure that it's written somewhere legibly. That also being said, if this is like video game asset art, you don't need to do that as much depending on the video game and the way they work with their artists, but you should still say what it's from. That is not how you submit Homebrew tonight. So the way you submit Homebrew tonight is you submit Homebrew to the member form. I gotta change that in Stream Elements. Because you all are submitting, if anybody's submitting Homebrew out of that, you're submitting to Homebrew from last night. It's a member Homebrew night. Let me just fix that chat command really quickly, so people don't get confused by it. Here it is. Night is member review night. Twitch subs, YouTube members, and patrons can find the submission form in the Discord. Done! Boom! Let's take a look at this fun goon, shall we? It's a CR1. CR1s can have some meat to them. The Quickling is an extreme version of that. But, like, there's a lot of pretty punchy, sweet CR1 monsters. Movement speed of 0, fly speed of 20, hover. Very easy to hit. Medium chonky for CR1. Yeah, for CR1, it's medium chonky. But it's vulnerable to piercing damage and resistant to bludgeoning and poison. It's got some condition immunities. Okay, I want to say a couple things about these. There's something that I think is worth thinking about here. I'm going to read the whole thing first, but the damage vulnerability, there's an element to this that I think is worth thinking about. A gas leak. After taking piercing damage, the Fungoon moves its hover speed in a random direction twice without provoking opportunity attacks. The Fungoon stops moving in a direction if it hits a creature or an object. All creatures directly under the Fungoon while it moves in this way take 1d4 necrotic damage as the spore gas leaks from the Fungoon on top of them. Okay. I really like this mechanic. There's a couple things that I would change about it, and there's a couple things that I think it needs to be tweaked on. The first thing is, if you want to make them move in a random direction, there's actually a D&D spell that does this really nicely that you should copy, which is called Infestation. So Infestation is a cantrip, and the way that it works is after a creature is hit by it, you roll a d4, and the creature either moves north, south, east, or west. It's very elegant, it's very simple, it's very straightforward. The problem with the open-endedness of this is it requires too much thought. So I would copy that mechanic. Separately, twice is confusing as well, so I would probably just make this happen once, and then I would just up the damage here. So make this happen once, make this like 2d4, or maybe a d8. Yeah. The other thing that I want to point out is that you have to think about the nature of this creature when you're picking the damage vulnerabilities. Not just in terms of the nature of this creature, like their vibe, but like the nature of this creature as a tool to be used in a game. Let me tell you what I mean by that. If you are looking at a monster from the perspective of this fits narratively, it totally makes sense for a little balloon guy to have vulnerability to piercing damage. Totally makes sense. But what you want to keep in mind there is that for a CR1 monster, low-level heroes, the vast majority of damage they're going to be doing at this thing is piercing, because they're going to have bows and arrows and crossbows. So they're going to be hitting it with their damage vulnerability thing more than they're going to be hitting it with anything else. Which means it's going to die fast, basically. So even though this thing is medium chonky, because this damage vulnerability is very accessible and is the most logical damage type to be doing against a flying creature, you might want to play around with either the damage output of this monster, because it's going to die really quickly, or make it a little bit beefier. I don't know if that matters, but the reason why I'm saying that is because this thing is going to die in a round most of the time. Like, it's going to survive 3 hits, maybe. And if the whole point of this monster is you just do this feature 3 times, which is basically what's going to happen, this feature probably should be better. Because, first of all, it's not even going to do damage a lot of the time, because it's random. And that damage is really low. And I think the way that you could balance that is you either could not make it random, although the randomness is definitely fun, but you could make the damage higher, and you could make the damage substantially higher by locking the damage behind a saving throw. So all creatures directly under the Fungoon, while moving in this way, have to make a con saving throw. On a failure, they take 2d8 necrotic damage. You know, you could do that. I don't know if I'd go that high, but that's a thing that I think would be totally reasonable. I also think it might help you feel like you're doing what this monster is doing. I didn't even read the actions yet, but I do feel like even without reading the actions, it does feel like the vast majority of what makes this monster feel unique is gas leak and the vulnerability. And I like that gameplay loop a lot. But you want to make this gameplay loop hit. And I think the easiest way to make it hit is it doesn't need to last a long time. It just needs to be impactful while it's around. What size swarm does this thing show up in? It's not a swarm. It's a plant. So a swarm of 1. I guess you could have many if you wanted. Let's take a look at what the action is. The Fungoon fires a stream of spores from its trunk. I like that it has a trunk, by the way. All creatures within 15-foot cone must make a con save or take some necrotic damage on a failed save and half as much on a successful save. Okay. So this is actually where all the damage output is, because being able to do that as an action every turn is pretty good. So maybe you don't need to up the damage here so much, but I think you should up it a little bit. The other thing that I would say here, and this is totally a me thing, if you feel like this doesn't fit the fiction that you're trying to represent at all, don't do that. But when I am imagining a little floaty guy with a trunk shooting stuff out of the trunk, it's shooting in a line. It's not shooting in a cone. I would make this a line attack, not a cone attack. You could give it a Death Burst ability if you wanted to. It's based off of a monster from Hollow Knight, so my guess is they don't want to be adding too much stuff that, like, doesn't fit that monster. It shoots a cone in the game. Okay, cool. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, like I said, I don't know the game, so I appreciate the insight. I don't really have more thoughts. I really like it, honestly. I think it's good. I think it's solid. I think anybody could grab this and use it in their game tomorrow, and I think it would work well. So I think where you are at now with feedback, in terms of where you should be thinking about what you want to do with this monster next, is trust that it works. It works, which is the most important part. But the next most important part is, how do you not just make it work, how do you make it do what you want it to do as well as possible? So now you want to start playing around with, how does this gas leak mechanic actually feel when I use it? Does this damage feel like enough? If I up the damage, does this damage feel like too much? How long does it actually take to kill one of these guys? Do they need more hit points? That's the kind of question that you want to play at now. And you want to go at it from a perspective of, like, literally, you don't even need to think about it too much from a balance perspective. You can do that a little bit, but I think it's mostly fine. You want to do it from a perspective of how does it change the way this monster feels to fight? And how does it change the way this monster feels to run as a dungeon master? So, for example, instead of saying you can, change your hover speed, it hovers in a random direction, give that mechanic for that random direction, so the dungeon master doesn't have to figure that out. Oh, I like the piercing vulnerability thing a lot. I like it a lot. I'm not saying drop it. What I'm saying is you just want to think about, you are essentially giving it vulnerability to the damage that it is most likely going to be taking. Like, there are plenty of monsters that get a damage vulnerability where it's like a twist or a surprise, or you might not realize it or think about it. This one, the players are going to very easily stumble into, just because that is most likely what's going to hit this thing first, is a crossbow or an arrow. I guess a cantrip. So you want to build this thing with the understanding of the players are almost always going to figure out its vulnerability. As opposed to some monster vulnerabilities where maybe the players aren't going to figure them out, or maybe they don't have access to that. Like, there's monsters that are vulnerable to radiant damage. If you don't have radiant damage, that's not going to come into play. Everybody has piercing damage. So it's not a bad mechanic at all, but it's so obviously will be stumbled upon that you just want to keep that in mind when you're doing that polished design, because you cannot always assume the way somebody is going to interact with your homebrew, but you can build it in a way that you can encourage interactions. And that's actually kind of what this is. Because this monster flies and it's very low CR and its damage vulnerability is piercing damage, it is most likely that a player will stumble upon that damage. So if that is the goal, that's very good design. But it's still just worth thinking about. Alrighty. Why'd the music stop? Music. I love the live chat. I love going to live chats for my D&D questions when it's my mom's week of custody. Welcome, buddy. I'm glad my chat is nice. They're very good. They're nicer than me most of the time. Does it do necrotic damage in the game too? I have no idea. I'm assuming that the video game doesn't use the same damage types as D&D necessarily. All right, cool. I don't really have more thoughts. Fluff, I think this is really good. I like it. I would use it tomorrow. I would change this mechanic so I didn't have to make it random. I could roll a die. Because the other element of the randomness being a dice roll is you can roll that dice in front of the players to really indicate how truly random it is. Which means you don't have to feel bad if it, like, completely wrecks them. It makes it feel like you're sort of on the same team as them with the randomness, which is, I think, a nice thing. All right, Fluff. I didn't bring up my applause button. Classic me. Let's give Fluff a round of applause, please. For their little puffball. Their little floaty dude. Like a balloon being popped. Yeah, exactly. It's a good mechanic. I like it. You would like it more if it was directed away from the attacker. Trodosio, I like that idea. It would make it inherently less powerful a monster. Because players are usually on one side and monster is usually on the other. You would really have to build encounters in such a way that that would become a thing. But I do think the logic of that would make sense from like a narrative headspace of physics. All right, thank you, Fluff. Any submissions? Oh, a couple. We got Milk Boy the Returner and Wild Pappy. Kadoosh. It could do something like that, yeah, where it shot back and like sprayed in that direction. But again, one of the things that we want to keep in mind here is the goal of the homebrew. And the goal for Fluffcopter was that they were trying to make something based off of a character from a video game. So there might be a lot of things that, like, you could add, but it doesn't need them, and it would change it maybe in a way that they don't want to change it. Bibbidi bobbidi bibbidi bobbidi bibbidi bobbidi bibbidi bobbidi bip boop bop boop. Yeah, I don't know how they behave in game either. That's why I wasn't like encouraging too many new things, because I was like, I'm just gonna try to be honest with the way that it feels. Next is Sponge. Also, if anybody does want to talk on stream, if you want to join me on a call when your piece gets spun, you can. You just have to go to the waiting room in my Discord, and when your piece gets spun, you have to tell me in chat. Say, Cinder, that's my piece. I'm in the waiting room. Otherwise, I won't notice. Sponge! He's the Sponge Man. Made this for the Super Smash Bros. Stream. But I really like the vibe and moves. So I'm trying to figure out if it still works removed from the context. Hopefully it does. If it doesn't, we could probably tweak it so it does. What got you into D&D? Folks that I used to do weird performance art stuff with in Baltimore. And then when I left and moved away from Baltimore, I watched Critical Role for a while. And then I just started playing D&D. But it was a group of people I used to do performance art stuff with. All right, here's the homebrew if you want to give it a gander. Kadoosh, kadoosh. You'll be in the room in a second? All right, just let me know when you're there. I'm going to start reading it, though. This is Way of the Flambe. Ooh, too loud music. Chill out. Monks of the Way of Flambe like to engage in flashy acrobatics and throw-based combat. I don't like the phrase throw-based combat. They hold themselves to a high standard of showmanship. Followers of this way... That's also weird wording. You can just say these monks wear bedazzled belts to display their status and will often hand them over to an opponent who defeats them in honorable combat. Kind of a weird amount of... This is kind of a weird amount of space to spend on, like, sort of like a haphazard, like an idea that doesn't feel too core to the subclass. This is like literally half of the words are about a thing that you might do sometimes. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's giving the vibe. It feels like it's telling like a specific... It just feels like it's weird that this takes up so many words. This isn't giving us that much information outside of like a very specific example. Alrighty. Oh, I see you, Sponge. Hey! Wait, you're not gonna be able to hear me yet. Hello! What's up, dude? Are you here or are you just waiting? You're not here yet. I guess you're not here yet. Alright, I'll put you back in the waiting room. Thought you were here. Thought you were here. I'm not getting flyer... Yeah, I'm not getting fire anything. The way of flambe and this... These don't... First of all, the title doesn't feel like it belongs to this flavor text. And this feels like a good opening to flavor text. And this feels like what you would have as, like, the end of the last paragraph of flavor text that is 3 paragraphs long. The clinch. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. 2 things. We get the clinch and theatrical flair. The clinch. Once per turn, when you have a creature grappled and you hit it with an unarmed strike, you can spend 1 key point to do one of the following. Throw the target 20 feet horizontally. They take bludgeoning or fire damage equal to a roll of your martial arts die plus your wisdom modifier. Slam the target to the ground, taking damage. Okay. You will not hop on the call? Okay. I'll tell you what, my first thought here is this just feels like a... It feels very, very, very similar to the Way of the Open Fist. So the Way of the Open Fist, when they use their Flurry of Blows, they can knock creatures around or knock creatures prone. Oh, Way of the Open Hand, or is it Way of the Open Fist? I thought it was... it's one of those two, sorry. Way of the Open Hand. Yeah, open hand, open hand. Yeah. Like, look what they get. Knock creatures down, knock them away from you, or can't take reactions. This is really similar to that. The only difference is yours are more expensive because you're using the key point to use Flurry of Blows. Oh, no, it's not. It's when you have a key creature grappled. I don't know, man. Yet it still feels way too similar to what the Way of Open Hand monk gets. Like, it's very similar. I see that I misunderstood initially because it's grappled, but I don't know if that's enough. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, the Way of the Open Hand monk is you do a bunch of stuff, and then you can do one of these things. And this is you do a bunch of stuff, and then you can do these things. And these things are pretty much the same. So, I want to say 2 things. I don't know if I love the extra damage on top of the extra bonuses you get. I think it might be too much. But I also think that you really should just genuinely dramatically change what these things do. Because this feels like somebody minorly... This feels like a tweak of the Open Hand monk, and I don't love that. I feel like it makes it so it feels like it's not selling a fiction. You gain proficiency in performance, and you can use your wisdom modifier in place of charisma for performance checks. This is okay. This is not a bad ribbon feature. I think this needs a lot. I think this needs a big change. Big change. Big change. The other thing that you are not doing is giving us any way to be good at grappling. So we essentially have a third level feature that requires us to play an unoptimal monk in order to really get any access to this, which I don't love. Yeah, you could just allow dexterity for grapple checks. There's a bunch of stuff you can do, but that needs to be addressed. And then beyond that, I think all of these need to be pretty divergent. I should not look at what you get here and think that reminds me a lot of another subclass. So you want to get these changed. There was a thrown weapon in something. I think Sponge said he wanted to do thrown weapons something, or maybe I just misread that. Yeah, throw-based... No, because they said throw-based combat. It's not thrown weapon, it's throw-based combat, which confused me a lot, and I guess confused chat a lot, too. So that probably definitely needs to change, that wording. Yeah, but it's very unclear. It's very unclear. If every single person assumed this means thrown weapons, that's a good note. Because you don't want most people misunderstanding a sentence. Especially that important of a sentence. Let's take a look at level 6. Also, I don't remember if I shared this with chat, but I think I did, but I'll share it again. Kabook! At 6th level, you get Revenge and Master Grappler. Your Deflect Missiles feature can be used on melee attacks. And you can reflect to the attack. Okay, I'm gonna say something here, and it's not... Here's what I'm gonna say. The interesting parts of this subclass so far, for me, is Theatrical Flare, and it's dealing fire damage. But deflecting a melee attack, I can't tell you how many times I've seen it, on how many different monks. At this point, it doesn't feel like anything to me. So I don't love it. I don't love it ever. If you like it here, keep it here. But it does very little for me. And I kind of feel the same about these. Maybe not the temporary hit points one, but the interesting part of your grapple move is doing fire damage. So I think that's going to be something to think about in maybe either you lean into the fire damage or you really rethink the non-fire damage elements to try to make them also feel unique. We also get Master Grappler. When you roll an ability check to initiate or maintain a grapple, you can use your reaction to add a roll of your martial arts die. This feels like overkill. I don't love this. I feel like if you just give us dex for grapples, that's fine. It also immediately makes it so you can't use revenge. Like, you're giving us two subclass features that immediately compete with each other. And the only time that I think that is okay is when they, like, kind of do the opposite thing. So there's either an element of symmetry to them, or there's you know what I mean? Like, I'm either using it because you attacked me to deal damage to you, or I'm using it because you attacked me to heal my ally. You know what I mean? Like, it's a choice that you're making as opposed to, like, oh, I don't know. Because then, that's what I mean. I don't know. But also, they just feel like they don't have anything in common with each other. So to me, that's enough of a reason to not... If you're going to do reaction features, at least spread them out a bit. Unless you're going to be giving them in a symmetrical way. Let's take a look at Cross Chop. At 11th level, when you use your Slow Fall feature, you can spend 2 key points to make an explosive landing. Each creature within 5 feet of you, when you land, is to make a dex save. On a failure, they take some fire damage and are knocked prone. On a success, the target takes half and isn't knocked prone. I like this a lot. I think this feature is really fun. I also think if you wanted to, you could not knock them prone, and you could make the fire damage, instead of it being 4d6, make it like 3 rolls of your martial arts die. So it grows over time and gets stronger with you. I wouldn't necessarily make it based on your martial arts die if it also knocks creatures prone. Or if I did that, it would definitely need to cost more than 2 key points. Maybe it would cost 3 key points. I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to think about that. But I think this is a fun. I think it's a fun feature. You want to play around with the cost and the damage, and I think the damage should scale. If you can make the damage scale, it should. There isn't really much that leans into you jumping super high here. Excuse me. There's step of... Give me a second. There's step of the wind. But yes, I agree. It does feel... The thing that makes this feel tied to the subclass is the fire damage. But yeah, there's nothing here that makes me feel like you would be doing big jumps and big falls. I agree with that. I do think it ties into it with the fire damage, though. You could definitely spec it or play your character to jump high. I'm not saying this is a bad feature. I'm just acknowledging what the comments said that I agree with, that if you're going to do a feature that's very explicitly tied around using slow fall, and that's like your main 11th level feature, which for like monks and rangers are both usually like pretty defining at later levels, it does feel a little bit out of place. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. I don't actually think it feels out of place to not have something for jumping, but I do think it would feel more solid if there was something in these earlier features that gave acknowledgement of you will go high up and go down sometimes in a way that is different from normal monks. Like, what if you got a suplex power? You know? I don't know. Burning Finisher. You can spend 5 key points as an action to perform a finishing move. Choose a creature on the ground you can see within 30 feet of you. Move up to 30 feet towards the target, ending your movement within 5 feet of the target. Does that mean that you cannot take any more movement at the end of that turn? After that movement? I'm not sure what the point of this wording is here. It's confusing. Like, yeah, I don't think you need to do this. I don't know. I don't understand what the end of this sentence is. Make 3 unarmed strikes against the target. For each hit, a large or smaller target is shoved 10 feet upwards. A huge is shoved 5 feet. The target takes extra damage. Okay, I think that this is trying to sell a fiction of something that feels too specific for it to be a D&D thing. I don't really understand what we're doing here. We're just punching people up in the air. I don't understand why. Like, what does that do? I punch a creature, they go up 10 feet, they fall down 10 feet. What does that actually do? And I guess it knocks creatures prone, but we already have a bunch of ways to knock creatures prone. Like, we have 1, 2 ways already. Why are we getting another one? I don't know, man. This feels like it's trying to sell a fiction that I'm not understanding. I'm not seeing how the pieces are tying together here. Yeah, but that feels really redundant. The extra fall damage feels redundant because we're literally already getting an extra D10 damage. Like, if that's the goal, then just say each hit does an extra 2d10 damage. Like, you don't need to, you know what I mean? Like, it really doesn't make sense beyond that. Like, if the logic is because it has another effect, instead of taking 2 steps to get to that effect, you should take 1 step to get to that effect. Because at the end of the day, they're both doing the same thing. That's my main feedback. My main feedback is I think that it needs... I think right now, for better or worse, the fire is the thing that sells it the most. I'm not really buying the grapple... I'm not really buying the grappler element right now. And maybe that's because the way the grappler element is being approached, it doesn't really do anything unique. Like, it sort of just gives you ways of interacting with grappling and then through that doing things that like other things do, or things that are very common amongst grappling type things. So I think if I were you, I would try to sell a more unique fiction in terms of the way we're expressing grappling mechanically, so that it's not just fire is what sells it, because I don't think fire is enough. Or if fire is what is the main thing, is you need to change a lot of these mechanics to make them more interesting in a fire perspective. Those are my thoughts. Those be my thoughts. Grappling isn't flashy. I think that might be one of the things to think about here, is to ask yourself, is the best way to represent a flashy wrestler grappling? It might be the best way to represent it authentically if you were like, this is the mechanics for wrestling. But if you think about your homebrew features not as needing to be anything specific, but needing to feel like something specific, would this whole moveset feel more like you were a flashy grappling wrestler if instead of you getting things you could do when you grappled a creature, you just got 3 special moves you could do that you could just do on a hit, but you would be flavoring them as your special grappling moves? That might work a lot better for making them feel big and flashy. I don't know. But I think that's a really important thing to think about here, because if you are really keen on this thing being a grappler, that hill of making basic grappler vibes feel interesting is a big, annoying hill to have to figure out how to climb. It's a tedious hill. Because I'll tell you what, man, I am definitely not the only person that read, like, Revenge and thought, I read this a million times before, you know? Which doesn't mean it's not good. It just means it's like, you don't want people to be reading your homebrew and to be thinking, yeah, I saw that before. That doesn't help your homebrew. And I don't think, like, you can get to a level of being a writer where you can get away with more of that. But while you're in process of trying to grow and change or develop, whether it's develop your voice or your skills or whatever, even if you feel like this is the mechanic to use, I think it's better to acknowledge that you like this mechanic, but it's so common that you want to just try to do something else. Because even if you fail at doing something else and go back to using this mechanic, you're going to grow a lot as a writer through that process. Artist, thank you for the bits. What happens if you get 2 different types of lycanthropes at the same time? They fight, and they love each other. All right, Sponge, I don't really have more thoughts. I appreciate you sharing. I think this totally works as something that's not like a Smash Brothers character, by the way. I think this could totally not be I think this, some sort of like fire, explodey wrestler guy, I think that could definitely work separate from Smash Brothers stuff. Like, I see the vibe here, for sure. I just want you to express it in a way that is more like, ooh, this is new, as opposed to like, I saw this. Alrighty. Let us give Sponge a big old round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, it's based on a Pokemon or a Smash Brothers character. It's from the Super Smash Brothers stream, so I think they're both. I think it's a Pokemon character, but I think they based it off of the Smash Bros. One. Any submissions? Nope. As always, if you are a member of the channel, subscriber on YouTube, patron on Patreon, tonight's the night if you want to submit some brew. You can find the submission form in the Discord or on whatever platform you pay me on. Chat, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Subclass based on fall damage seems needlessly mechanically complicated. If you want the effects to be of the added damage being knocked prone, you don't need an entire subclass to do that. It's not a bad point. That's sort of what I was getting at, where it's like, you don't need to do all of the steps to getting a creature in the air to knock them down, to give them the effects of knocking them down. You can just knock them down. You don't need to do 3 things if the outcome is going to be the same as doing 1 thing. The only way that that works is if that process is really fun. If the process that's a little longer than normal legitimately is fun for the players of the table, then that can work. But if it's not it's not worth it. Evan, tonight is the night for members and Twitch subs and Patreon people. So if you are somebody that subscribes to my channel, you can submit homebrew on any of the other homebrew nights that I do, which I usually do 2 a week, sometimes 3. But tonight is just for folks that are kind enough to give me some coin. Okay, this is Valoran's piece. Valoran, I'm going to give you... Valoran, this is going to be a little bit of a different feedback session because I actually skimmed your piece. So I'm going to give you general feedback without deep diving every feature because I don't think deep diving every feature is going to help you here. Valoran, do you want to talk? Do you want to have voice talk or do you want to just watch? Let me know. If you want to voice talk, you can join the Discord call. If you don't want to, no worries. So this is a subclass that's based on Ike from Super Smash Bros. Also from our Super Smash Bros. Stream. I don't think I read it because I believe that they left the word May in there. That might have been the reason. I don't remember. Okay. Yeah, Evan, if you don't have money, don't give me money. That's crazy. Just, here's what you do, Evan. You just watch if you like it and enjoy it if you like it. And then on Monday or Tuesday, you send in homebrew if you want to. And in the meantime, you just hang out if you want or you don't hang out if you don't want. But the last thing in the world I would want is somebody that can't afford, that doesn't have, like, money to casually spend money on something stupid. Like a YouTube channel. So calm down. You're good. I love you. Okay. So let's give some feedback on this. I'm not even going to go into the first... We're not going to read the first level feature. Because we're going to talk about it, but we're not going to read it. We don't need to. Hey, Valoran. How's it going, buddy? Hello. I can't hear you. Your microphone's not active. Do I need to... I'm going to hang up on you and you're going to try to rejoin. Yeah, come back. Rejoin the waiting room. I'll pull you back in. Dude, an inconsistent hang is one of the best kinds. Hey, is it working now?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Good. How are you?
It's going well. So, let's talk about this subclass. So, you want this subclass to feel like Ike. Let me ask you, before we give any feedback, is your goal for this thing to work? Or is your goal for this thing to be Ike? Like, what do you care about more?
I definitely care more about it working than it feeling like Ike.
Cool.
But I feel like the main, like, gameplay loop for playing Ike in Super Smash Brothers mainly revolves around his special moves. So I wanted that to be, like, the biggest part of the subclass, while also not being the most, like, central.
Sure.
Because, like, you can use his other moves.
Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, is that what you mean with the mastery skills? Because mastery skills is... I said this before, but it's completely overpowered and completely bloated. Like, if you want to get access, if you feel like in order for you to be Ike, you need Eruption and Quick Draw and Ether and Counter, and you want them to be as powerful as they are represented here, this is basically the subclass. Any one of these powers by itself would be a fuck ton of power as a feature for a third level fighter, or a fighter to get at third level. Almost every single one of these is pretty overpowered. So the fact that there's 4 of them together makes it really overpowered. And I mentioned this in the Discord, but what I think you should do is, if you're trying to represent different moves and you want this guy to always have access to all of these moves, even if they're on a resource thing, like but he can always choose to use that resource. You should look at something like the Psy Knight. The Psy Knight is very good. It's very strong. It's a good fighter subclass. And they get that. At 3rd level, they get 3 very distinct moves. At 7th level, they get more types of moves. And it grows. It feels like you're getting special moves. But if we look at what the Psy Knight gets compared to what you're getting, I think it's pretty obvious what's going on in terms of power balance. So, like, let's look at the Psy Warrior. The Psy Warrior, let me move my camera a little bit. The Psy Warrior gets more uses of these features than yours does, but not an insane amount more. Let's see what they get at 3rd level. At 3rd level, they can use a reaction to roll a D6 that becomes a D8 that goes up to a D12, but that is what it is. And you can reduce damage taken from a creature. So you can reduce incoming damage from between a D6 to a D8. That's one of the things you can do. Another thing you can do is once per turn, if you hit a creature, you can deal extra damage to it. That's it. And it's not a lot. It's 1 roll of your die plus your intelligence modifier. And that die, again, is between a D6 at level 3 all the way up to a D12. But it's not a D12 until level 17. And then the last thing you get at 3rd level is that as an action, you can essentially move an object or a creature around a little bit. The creature has to be willing, and the object has to be... and there's something else about the object too. But that's basically it. So now let's compare that to what we're getting with this subclass. One of our features is called Eruption. As an action, you can force all creatures within 15 feet of you to make a con save, or they take fire damage equal to 2d6 multiplied by your proficiency bonus. That's crazy powerful. Immediately crazy powerful. And that's the first feature. Let's look at Quick Draw. As an action, you can move a number of feet equal to 15 multiplied by your strength modifier, ignoring opportunity attacks. And then, on top of that, you can also then make a weapon attack. And then on top of that, that weapon attack doesn't just deal a little bit of extra fire damage. It's, again, D6s equal to your proficiency bonus. So, I don't know. If you want, we can go through all of them. But do you see what I mean when I'm saying there's, like, a big power difference here? Not just in terms of, like, literally the numbers, but, like, the impact at the table, the complexity, the influence. Does that make sense? Or is that not clear?
No, that makes sense. And like I knew that this ability was powerful when I made it, but I figured that the power of it was offset by the fact that, like, originally it was you had to spend multiple turns to build it up and get more and more powerful. I cut that out completely. Now it's 1 turn, you spend your entire action to just activate this. It doesn't even happen on that turn. It happens next turn. Where, like, next turn you can use your action on one of those 3 actions, or in the intervening time you can use a reaction on counter. But, like, you had to spend your entire turn on the previous turn doing absolutely nothing with your action, and then on this turn do absolutely nothing else but this ability on that action. You know, so it's like
I think that can help. Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I think that does help it a little bit, but it's like, it's the difference between, like, tying, like, I can slow a bowling ball down with some wind, but it's still gonna fall. That's not enough. Every single one of these features is using multiplication to scale damage. That alone is too much. Like, that's enough right there to be like, that's not how anything works in D&D. That is literally how no subclass features ever work. They do one of 2 things. I'm telling you,
certain abilities.
There's
certain, like.
Could you name what it is specifically? Because I would be shocked if it wasn't such a niche situation that it's not super applicable. I'm down, but could you tell me what it is? Because I actually don't know, and I am curious.
I don't remember what it is, but it's not an ability. Like, that's what I was trying to tell you. I think it's like something to do with class or something. No, you know what? It's determining hit points.
Yeah, but what's determining hit points?
Right?
When is things multiplied to determine hit points?
No, it's like 1d6, or like when it's telling you like how many hit points your character has, like at different levels.
There's no multiplication there. That's just how many hit dice you have. That's like hero. What does that have to do with how much damage? But why would you use? But okay.
Okay.
I guess technically
understand.
you're doing multiplication because
Yeah.
you're multiplying the amount of hit die and con modifier by your level. But that has it's so out of, that's not at all related to the balance of these features. That's just a different
Yes,
thing. That's like saying
you're correct.
there are attack rolls in
Yeah.
the game, which is why I should have dark vision. You know, like there's just that's
Yeah,
not the
no.
same thing. So I think it
when I was-
fundamentally really doesn't work as a way to scale damage.
Yeah, when I said that there was multiplication, or when you said there was multiplication, I thought that you were asking for justification.
Yeah, I was, because I didn't understand why you felt justified in using multiplication.
Oh, I don't feel justified in using multiplication. I'm
Then
saying,
change it. Then change
like,
it.
I will. You tell me not. You tell us not to like change things while you're doing them. So.
Oh yeah,
I'll
I
do it
didn't
later.
mean change it right now. I didn't mean change it right now.
All right. Yeah. I thought that you were asking for justification of why I used multiplication at all,
Yeah, it was.
and because I was like, no, I thought that you were saying nothing in the entirety of D&D uses multiplication, and I was like, oh, there's another thing that uses multiplication. It's hit points.
Oh, okay.
You
Yeah, no,
were
no,
saying,
yeah,
like,
no.
ability.
I was asking more
Yeah.
in relationship to things that I think would be applicable to like talking about this. Because I'm sure, yeah, there's always, that's what I mean. Like, there's always things that are not necessarily applicable that might do the thing just because it's a big game. But there's a lot of things, but that's sort of my feedback for the whole subclass. And we can go through the other features, but feels like it's doing a little bit too much, or it's like not, okay, we'll keep going, But I think the third level feature probably, if I were you, my real feeling is if you really like all of these moves, and you're like, I like all of these moves, then you build the class to, by the time it has all of its subclass features, it has all of these moves, and then it has a couple other things. But the moves are not what we get at third level. We get maybe one move at third level, or two moves at third level.
All right.
Because this is
so, like-
just way too much stuff. But I think more important than the way too much stuff is you need to be much more not humble, that's not the right word. Conservative with how much damage you're giving these things across the board.
Okay.
Like,
Alright,
even
yeah,
the scaling, like this one, like, you can crit between a 19 or a 20 on this hit, and then it also deals extra fire damage, not equal to the damage taken, equal to twice the damage taken. Like, it's stacking, and then it's stacking, and then it's stacking. So those kinds of situations you want to avoid. It's a good, in comedy or in writing, one of the phrases that people use a lot of the time is you're putting a hat on a hat. And it's like, you don't need it. It's overkill. It's too much. It's making it so the first hat doesn't work. You know?
For that one, I think the problem is that that one entirely depends, like how much it stacks entirely depends on what kind of crit you're using. So if you're having it so it doubles damage, then yeah, that does stack. But if it's just doubling dice, then that actually doesn't stack. So it's plus double the damage taken on top of double the damage dice, right? That's different from dice plus double damage 12.
I don't understand the goal of what you're saying. Are you trying to explain to me why this works?
No,
because I don't really understand. I don't understand what you're saying. Like, I got lost in the words you said. Your explanation confused me.
Depending on what kind of crit your DM is using, this either doesn't work or really doesn't work. Is essentially what I was saying. Where it's like, if your
why doesn't
DM is
it
having...
work? Wait, I'm confused. Why don't you double the damage dice of your attack on this? I'm not talking about the fire damage. I'm just talking about the crit. Why don't you get a crit?
No, I'm saying, like, if you get a 19 or 20 on the attack.
Yeah, you double the damage die, right?
Yeah, you double the damage dice.
Okay, stop for a second. Stop. I need you to just understand what I'm saying because you're talking in circles, and I think we're just talking in different directions. So I just want to clarify what I'm saying here, because I think that you will agree with me when you understand what I'm saying, because I think you're not understanding. This is what I was saying. Allowing us to extend the crit range is upping the potential damage. Yes?
Yes.
Dealing additional fire damage is upping the potential damage. Yes?
Yes.
Opting to, instead of deal fire damage equal to the damage taken, opting to deal twice the damage taking is also upping the damage potential. Yes?
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying. You don't need 3 separate individual instances of upping the damage potential. You just need one. That's what I mean. You're putting a hat on a hat. Now, and this one is putting a hat on a hat on a hat. So that's what I'm saying. I don't care so much about the logic of how this works with crit, because I don't really care about the fire damage working with crit regardless. What I care about is we're upping crit range, we're dealing extra damage, and then we're doubling that extra damage. That's the issue. That's the hat on the hat. Does that make sense? Are you understanding?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, cool. So that's the main feedback for third level.
Okay, moving on. Like, I know that, like, it's gonna be kind of tempting to view this like compounding.
Mm-hmm.
If the rest of this stuff kind of works on its own, like, kind of. Well, I guess what I'm asking is, I know that ability is busted, and I'm gonna work on that.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if the other abilities are balanced, would it feel right if we were just kind of like, all right, so this ability works, and just kind of didn't talk about it in like compounding with the first one?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. You're just kind of curious about them in isolation. I think, honestly, I also think you could make skill mastery work totally fine. You just have to do a thing that I know you don't want to do. And that's why I think it's the struggle, is you have to make the damage so much less and the impact so much. All the numbers need to go down by so many things. But if you do that, like if Eruption, for example, did, I don't know, 2d6 damage plus your Constitution modifier to all creatures within 15 feet of you, that would feel more reasonable. If Quick, like that's like toning it significantly down, but that's fine. We'll look at the others, but I think that's a really important part of this third level feature here, is that it's a bunch of separate things that are sort of compounding into making this need work, which means that you don't need to solve this in any one particular way. You can kind of pick what you like and need about it in this form and keep those things and deal with the rest. So if you like the power and you like the damage output, you need to severely limit the options and limit the use probably a little bit more. Maybe not that much more. If you like the options, you got to think about limiting the power. And if you like the options and you like, the options and you like the utility, then, so that's what I mean by that. Like, you have a Mr. Potato Head that has too many pieces. So you just got to figure out what pieces aren't going to be there.
There are too many pieces and they're in too many places.
Let's take a look at a Radiant Hero at 7th level. Excuse me. You gain the ability to manifest your burning will as flames that coat your blade. You're able to cast Green Flame Blade as a cantrip as a bonus action. Additionally, you are able to cast Searing Smite at the 2nd level a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So, separate from balance of this feature, because I know you don't want to talk about it too much in relationship to the first one, so I'm not going to from a balance perspective, but from a game design perspective, if this first feature is proficiency bonus times per day, the second feature should not be proficiency bonus times per day. You got to use different resources. Make it con times per day, make it once per short rest, something, but you can't use the same thing. It's sort of like, it makes it too much. Okay. My first piece of feedback is we should get Green Flame Blade at 3rd level. We should not get it at 7th level. That feels weird to get a cantrip at 7th level. It would feel really nice to have at 3rd level. Can I ask, what is the intention of casting it as a bonus action?
It's essentially extra attack, but you have to use your bonus action to do it. It's like extra attack that does a little bit of extra damage, and like does a little bit more extra damage.
So the goal is you are getting to use. The goal is to be able to do Green Flame Blade while not sacrificing a whole action, but getting an extra attack and Green Flame Blade on the same turn. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think that's what this is doing. Because you innately need to make a weapon attack as a part of casting Green Flame Blade, it's literally a part of the spell. This is just going to give you a bonus action Green Flame Blade attack. That's what this is. So
yes.
in this wording, you have 3 attacks, not 2.
Correct.
That's the goal? You just have an infinite extra attack?
Yes.
Do you understand that might be a little too powerful? Think about it like this. Let's not think about it on top. Let's not think about it outside of the fighter. What is the main thing that fighters get that makes them unique outside of action surge? It's extra attack. That's their thing. That's their thing. We don't need to give them more of that thing. That's their thing. The only class I could possibly think of that you might be able to justify always giving them a third... Yeah, you're essentially what you've done is you've taken an incredibly powerful 11th level feature. You've made it much, much more powerful, and you've made it a 7th level feature.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe just make it so I can't use that as a bonus action?
I don't know. It kind of depends on what the point of having Green Flame Blade is for you. If the point of it is you have an extra attack, then I think you just drop the whole thing. If the point of it is you like the idea of you have like energy attacks with your sword, I would give you Green Flame Blade at 3rd level, probably just as a normal feature. And then maybe at 7th level, I would say when you'd use the attack action on your turn, you can cast Green Flame Blade as a part of that, but still get access to your extra attacks. So it wouldn't be giving you an extra attack, it would be giving you access to Flame Blade while making normal attacks, which normally would basically be your whole action. Like normally, if you use Green Flame Blade, you're just making one attack that turn, because you can't extra attack with Green Flame Blade normally.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to do that so that you can make multiple attacks and one of them be Green Flame Blade, but I wasn't really sure how to do that within the normal bounds of how the game works. Because
just do it the way I said. Say when you hit 7th level, as a part of you can make the I don't remember exactly what I said, but you can when you take the attack action on your turn, you can give one of the attacks the benefits of your Green Flame Blade cantrip or something like that.
Yes, that works. I did not think of that. Essentially, that's what I was trying to say. Is I didn't think of that when I was writing this.
Yeah.
I'll change it to that. But my goal was essentially that.
Okay, well that is a good goal. A goal of just an always extra attack doesn't make sense. So a goal of just you can imbue your attacks with cantrips, I think is fine. Okay. The second thing is I completely disagree. I don't completely disagree, but I want to say that if you want this thing to work, you should get rid of the whole Searing Smite thing. I don't think you need it at all. I think realistically, in order to get all of the vibe of Ike in here, and at 7th level, getting the ability to Green Flame Blade on an attack, like getting Green Flame Blade as a part of your base attacks is stronger than a lot of 7th level fighter features, if that's the only feature you got.
Okay.
So I would probably I would just completely remove the Searing Smite aspect entirely, and I would make it so at 7th level, you could cast Green Flame Blade as a part of your regular attack action.
Alright, that makes sense. I mainly just included Searing Smite because I wanted there to be another option.
Yeah, but we don't need it because it's a cantrip. You have infinite uses of cantrips.
Yeah, like I said, totally fine cutting it out. I really just included it for variety.
Yeah. I would say in general, if the goal is variety in the future, you should think about what the spell does on the back end. Like, not what it's doing, not the mechanics of getting to it, but what it literally does. Because the other side of that, I would say, is Searing Smite is not that different from Green Flame Blade. Like, if I was going to pick a smite to give on this thing, I'd probably do a smite that wasn't a fire-related smite to try to make it feel like it was giving more, maybe the Thunder Wave smite that knocks creatures back or something. Just because if the goal is variety, and this is not for this specifically, but just in the future, if the goal is variety, you don't want to just you want to really think about what you want to put yourself in the position of it being used at the table. And is Searing Smite gonna feel that different than Green Flame Blade? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna feel different. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely gonna feel different. But I don't know if it's gonna feel different enough, or at least it's gonna feel different enough compared to where we could get it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Dr. Quantum Gamer, thank you for the sub. Sorry, I missed that announcement. Ooh. Yeah, I think getting Green Flame Blade as a part of your base attack is fine and cool, though. I like that. Let's take a look at Iron Will at 10th level. Your conviction allows you to hold firm against even the mightiest of forces. You have an advantage against any effect that would move you or force you to move against your will. I think that's fine. I will say that if you want this to feel like it sits in the subclass a little bit more logically, I think we need something earlier that has a similar vibe of like stalwartness, because it feels a little out of left field when all the features that we've gotten so far have been sort of about like explosive fire for the most part. So it feels a little bit like a left field feature. A good thing to think about when you're making homebrew in general is that you can incorporate a handful of different vibes. Like if you're like, I want this thing to be like sturdy and dense and fiery, that's great. You can do that. You should do that. But you want at least one thing that very clearly points to every single one of those intended vibes by the second tier of the subclass. So in this case, for a fighter, fighters get subclass features at 3rd level and 7th level. You want to be able to capture the totality of the vibe of that fighter by 7th level. And if you think about that, you look at any subclass, they all do that. Every single subclass, it feels entirely like itself. It has everything that it needs to really feel like its whole body by its 2nd tier. And everything after that 2nd tier is expanding on those initial vibes or adding new things to them that are directly related to them. A good example of this could be like, oh, I had an example in my head and I forgot what I was going to say, so I lost it. I don't remember. Oh, the Battle Master. The Battle Master. At 3rd level, the Battle Master gets superiority die, which is all of its fighting prowess. And then at 7th level, it gets that thing where it can like look at people and analyze them, which is all the tactics prowess. And that's it. You got the physical fighter, you got the mental tactician immediately. Everything you need right there. So I would think about that this way. I don't think there's anything wrong with this feature. I like it. But I think that I think I would build more runway to it so that it feels like it makes sense by the time we get to it.
Yeah, I think I tried to coast for the first 2 with just the flavor text. Because the flavor text at the top is like, oh, all this fiery stuff is from your conviction. You know, it was all about like, oh, you're so determined to do stuff. And like that's kind of where Iron Will came from, like the name of the move. Because it's like, oh, you are so determined. You have such conviction that you cannot be moved by anything if you don't want to be moved. So I guess I should have made that happen earlier, just so that the mechanics wise it would fit with the flavor. But I tried to coast on the flavor text alone.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Because a lot of people, here's the thing to think about. This is what I would say. I read your flavor text most of the time. I read flavor text more than most people. Most people that look at Homebrew, they read the first sentence of the flavor text. And if they don't love it, they stop reading the flavor text and they move on to the features. If they love it, they'll keep reading it. Which is why I yell at people so much about their opening sentences. That's 99% of people. They're going to read the first sentence of the flavor text and they're either going to jump right to the features or they're going to stop reading the Homebrew after reading the first sentence of it. Some of them are going to read it, but that's the smallest percentage. More people are going to stop reading the Homebrew or skip to the features than are actually going to read it. It's important that it's there because the thing is, if you want it to, because the other side of that is if you get that flavor text good enough that they do read it, they're going to be much more inclined to be much more invested throughout the whole process. So it's not like needed to have good flavor text, but bad flavor text can sometimes lead to you not having your piece read, which I don't actually think is the case here. I don't think you should worry about that at all. But I think that bad flavor text can either have 0 impact or bad impact, and good flavor text can almost always has good impact. But you can't rely on it for too much because a lot of players are just going to be looking at stuff, you know?
Yeah, that's harder for me to understand a little bit because, like, for an example, I play a lot of Magic the Gathering, and I'm one of those players where if there's a card with good flavor text, most of the time I'm picking that over a card that actually does good things, which makes me not a very good Magic the Gathering player, but I think it just kind of makes me a very different kind of player of a lot of, like, fantasy stuff, because most of the time I care more about the flavor text than what it does. So I think that just is a necessary shift in perspective for me when writing this stuff, because I always assume that they're going to read the whole flavor text.
Yeah, you should never assume that. So, Vlorin, maybe we haven't talked about this on stream for a while. I used to talk about this a lot. So when I started streaming, I did not accept submissions for Homebrew. I just looked at Homebrew on websites. I just looked at public access Homebrew, like on Unearthed Arcana and stuff. And I talked about this a lot. But I do think it's worth acknowledging, and I'm gonna show you something right now. I don't know if you have my stream up, But if you don't, that's fine. But if you do, let me just show you something. Let's go to the Unearthed Arcana.
I can always look at it when the video comes up later.
Yeah, but I'm going to show something here. So here's the Unearthed Arcana. If we search by the top views from the past month, every single thing is really fucking short. Do you notice how short the top 5 are? You'll notice it when you see it.
Oh, you know what?
But
Yeah,
beyond
you
that,
mentioned this
but
on,
beyond
the
that,
YouTube short, was it?
yeah, but beyond that, they all have art. If they're not tiny short, they also all have evocative art, right? So that's one thing. Now, let's go back to that and let's just do, instead of doing top by the month, let's just do new. Let's just search by new. This piece, not now. I need to look at. I need more than just now. New. Why is it just showing a couple? Okay, here we go. So, like, let's start with the new. Now, a lot of these aren't going to have that much attention yet because they've just been posted. So let's scroll down a little bit. But, like, this post has 26 upvotes and 22 comments. This post has 3 upvotes and 0 comments. This post has 3 upvotes and 0 comments. This post, 9 upvotes. There's a huge impact based on art. And a lot of that is because when somebody clicks on something and it's a page of text, they don't want to read it. They don't care. People are not searching for Homebrew because they want to read every single thing. They're searching for something that's going to excite them and that's going to solve their problem. That's going to be what they're looking for. So if you don't either give them exactly what they're looking for or convince them that they should read what you're writing because they are looking for it and they just even know it yet, you got to sell it to them. And you sell it to them in a variety of ways. Art is a big aspect of selling it to them, but writing is a big part too. And the healthiest way to think about how much people are reading your Homebrew is they're reading very little of it. They're skipping the flavor text 99% of the time, and they're stopping reading as soon as they hit a sentence that's too long, as soon as they get confused by an idea, as soon as they hit a mechanic that doesn't make sense to them, they're stopping it. That is most people. And that's not a you specific, that's an everybody thing. Same for me. Same for that. You go to my YouTube analytics. I have the most people, like, after 2 minutes of my video, I have a third of the people watching most of the time. That's all, it's often how it goes. So you should never assume that people are going to spend any amount of time on anything you make. You should always assume that no one will ever read it. And you should be okay with that because you're making stuff for yourself and your friends first and foremost. And at the end of the day, your art doesn't need to be justified by anyone other than yourself. But also, you can take steps to changing that. And then you got to start deciding, okay, instead of me being upset by that, I'm going to acknowledge that that's a reality of the world. And I'm going to start designing my Homebrew with that in mind. And that's true of any specific creative thing you want to do. Like, if you want to become a TikToker or a YouTuber and you want to do YouTube Shorts or TikToks or whatever, if you don't present well, no one's going to give a shit. You have to earn it. So that's a good attitude to have towards any creative work that you want to put out into the public. If you're making creative work for yourself, you don't really need to give a shit about that. But if you're making creative work that you want to put out into the public, there are steps you can take to make people engage with it more. And if you don't take those steps, you just have to be honest with yourself about that's a choice you're making. You know? But it's a hard truth of the world. And this is something that I used to talk about in my writing workshops all the time. Madaloon, also hi, thank you for the raid. We're talking about D&D Homebrew. But one of the things that is really, it's like, I see it to a similar level. I see it on a similar level as like when you first learn that like your parents are flawed, and it's like can be a little devastating depending on how old you are. There's a moment where you kind of have to come to the terms with the fact that you are an incredibly unique and special person, and you have a great deal of value both internally and in the world and to the people around you. And none of that matters at all when it comes to some stranger on the internet looking at the things you make. It does not make you less valuable, but that value, which is very real and very present, has no impact on internet bullshit. So you just gotta, like, be okay with that.
Yeah.
But you can also take steps to, like, build your homebrew in a way that's going to encourage people. Like, one of the reasons why I don't give a shit about formatting is because I know I want to read the homebrew. But if I was doing a stream where this stream was submit homebrew that you want to share publicly, every single piece that I would look at, I would mostly be talking about formatting more than I would be talking about mechanics.
I see. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. I get what you're talking about. And, I'm not an artist, so most of the time when I put art, I only put, like, the top.
You're an artist.
Like,
look at you. You just made a whole subclass. You don't call this art? What do you call this?
Oh, well, I meant, like, art in the visual medium.
Oh, okay. Fair. I accept. Don't discredit your creative process here, though. Everybody's too fucking humble, you know?
I'm a poet. And you better be sure that I know it.
Yeah. And that wasn't a you specific thing. You just got me off on a rant because a lot of people don't think about that, but it's an important thing to think about. Let's look at Ragnall's Edge. At 15th level, you have the ability, your ability with the blade rivals those of old champions. Your soul burns hotter than ever. Your melee attacks and spell attacks ignore resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing and fire damage. I don't think this is going to have nearly as much of an impact as you think. I think the fire damage might have an impact. But by 15th level, if you are not already fighting with magical weapons, your dungeon master sucks. So you're gonna have a magical sword by 15th level. And magical swords are already going to cut through this resistance. There's very, 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 very few creatures in D&D that are resistant to all bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. 99% of them are only resistant to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Which means that magic items don't have to worry about that. So this feels weird. Like, it feels like it's taking up too much space for how little of an impact I think it will actually have. Grievous, everybody sees everybody. You guys are on the Twitch, and the Twitch is on you.
Yeah, here's the thing. I agree with you that, like, most of the time by 15th level, you're going to have magic weapons.
Mm-hmm.
But also, one of the reasons why, like, I believe it was the wizard that, like, in early D&D just sucked because you had to rely on your DM giving you spell scrolls in order for you to learn new spells. And if your DM just didn't give you spell scrolls, you're just out of luck. Like, you never get new spells. And I wanted to make it so that way, even if your DM did suck, even if not even suck, just even if your DM was insecure about giving you magical weapons, because magical weapons, depending on what weapon it is, can be really busted. I wanted to make sure that your effectiveness as a subclass wasn't affected by that. And I wanted to give this not only to, like, because fire is the most common damage resistance in the game, and I wanted to make it so your fire attacks weren't really ineffective.
Mm-hmm.
I also wanted to make sure that your bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing for your one-handed melee weapons also wasn't discounted just because your DM didn't feel secure enough to give you magical weapons and hope that it's good.
I see that logic, and I think that if that's the logic you want, if you like that and that's how you feel about it and you like this, I think that's totally fine. What I would say is you should not design your subclass worrying about the way different types of dungeon masters might or might not run their game. You should really build it for the common denominator for the most part. Again, if the goal is publicly used. If you're like, I want to use this in a home game where we don't use magic items, then it's fine. But it's the same issue that I have with, like, people that make a fighter like a monk subclass where the goal is fix the monk. I don't think that's good. I don't think, because the problem for me is that this is not making me feel any more like this character. This is not making me feel any more like Ike. This is not making my fighter feel distinct based on this subclass. All this is doing is making it that if I happen to pick this subclass, then my weapon attacks can be magical. But that literally, at 15th level, that sells zero fiction for this subclass. It is essentially literally quality of life feature and nothing else. And at that, it is a quality of life feature that will be irrelevant at more than 50% of game tables. That being said, so I just think you should drop it. But I understand you wanting to keep it, and if you do want to keep it, that's fine. But you should reword it, and what you should say is your melee weapon attacks count as magical. And that will cover that feature, and that will do exactly what this needs to do. And that is how it works with the monk. That's how it works with the beast barbarian. Anything that has a base build around potentially never using magic items, like the monk or the beast barbarian, it's built into their class, and the way it's built in is it says your attacks count as magical. Saves you a bunch of words. Just do that. Just do that. So make it that instead. You can keep the fire damage thing too, but that's the way you would word that if you wanted to have that impact and have it work in the way that it sounds like you want it to work.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's fine where it's like your weapons count as magical and also all of your stuff bypasses fire resistance, I guess.
I mean, that literally is the way this mechanic needs to be written if you want it to be good and be well written. But again, if you want, my opinion would be this should not be the 15th level feature. It feels like it is a quality of life save in a way that has nothing to do with the quality of life of this subclass and has to do with like a thing that you want to solve personally about fighters, which is okay. But I don't know if we need to tag that vendetta on top of this subclass. It's sort of like when Congress is putting together like a bill they want to pass and somebody will like peg something on that's not super tied to it, but they care about a lot because they're trying to. That's sort of what this feels like to me. It feels like it's like an add-on that isn't actually connected to the subclass. I could see an argument for it being connected to the subclass if we got it at 3rd level or we got it way earlier. But then it would be more about how do we make this guy not feel just like a weird Eldritch Knight. Also would make sense because we'd be getting Green Flame Blade earlier. So, like, again, it just feels late to be getting a feature like this. So that's what I feel about it. But again, if you want to keep it. Just turn it to Magic Weapon, and then you're there. And copy the language. Copy the language from Beast Barbarian or the Monk.
All right, the bludgeoning, piercing, slashing thing was essentially like this ability's version of Searing Smite, where I just wanted to make sure that, I wanted your fire resistance to not be resisted, and then while I'm here, I might as well make it so your weapons damage also.
No, I understand the logic. I'm just telling you why I disagree with it as a feature, or if you don't care that I disagree with it and you want to keep it, the way to word it in a way that it will be better worded and be more clear and mechanically sound.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, let's take a look at Grey Ether at 17th level. Beginning at 17th level, you're able to launch a Titanic Skyward Slash wreathed in flame. As an action, while wielding a melee weapon in one hand, you immediately launch yourself and a creature within 10 feet of you, 120 feet in a straight line. This is already doing too many things, probably. Directly upwards. As the movement ends, you can choose to make a single weapon attack. Again? Against the enemy within 10 feet of you. It counts as a crit on a 17 or higher. Yeah, okay, I'm going to stop reading this here. You need to chill out with giving things too many features. I'll tell you what, if you made it so it only did 12d6 fire damage, that would be cool. Literally just that. That would be cool. Like, maybe something else on top of that, but this is 120 feet of forced movement, potentially with falling damage afterwards, extending a crit range to the same caliber, if not better, than the champion fighter, which is literally the only thing they fucking get. And then doing as much damage as like a 6th level fireball. That's so too much, dude. So too much.
For a 17th level character?
It doesn't even matter both from a power balance and from a vibe balance. It's too much. Remember what I said about the hat on a hat? You're overloading your features. You're overloading your features. What do you want this thing to do? Let me ask you that. Do you care more about this? Do you want this to be explosive damage, or do you want this to be explosive movement, or do you want this to be both?
Both.
Then
Here's the thing.
Then you need to be reasonable with the numbers for everything here. You need to cut the numbers way down. Like,
okay,
Way down, way down. I think it would be reasonable if it forced 60 feet of movement, but not upward, so they didn't take fall damage, and then did 6d6 fire damage. I think that could be reasonable. 120 feet of forced movement is insanely strong. Insanely strong. That's so fucking strong. It also is not based on creature size, which is insanely strong. So literally, like, that's what I'm trying to say is, like, it's none of these features individually are bad. The only one that I really fundamentally disagree with is the crit range thing, because I just don't think that's anything. That literally just feels like numbers go up. I don't think that helps sell the fiction of this. But beyond that, that forced movement is really good. It's interesting. It's fun. It's just really strong. Dealing an additional 12d6 fire damage on a hit automatically. No saving throw. You just have to land the hit, and then this happens. Really fucking strong. Really strong.
Okay, so this is what I've been... I don't know. I don't care about this feature.
Okay.
This feature was put in here because it's Ike's Final Smash, and the point of the stream was to make a Final Smash subclass.
Got you.
I don't care about this feature.
Got
it could
you.
be completely gone.
So what I would probably do then, if I were you, if you don't feel strongly about it, I think what I would do is I would go back to mastery skills, and I would try to play around with how to take the core idea of these features and sort of spread them a little bit throughout the subclass, and then essentially make my 17th level feature either a once a day or once a short rest version thing where I could essentially do like a super version of these moves. Like, how powerful do you, like, balance aside, if you're not worried about balance, imagine how powerful you think Eruption should feel at endgame. Not caring about balance, that's the once a day feature. Something like that. Okay. You know, like you could build off of the base moves and do, like, you can do a super base move.
Yeah, this is that for Aether, and I feel like I did it too big, and that's fine because it's just supposed to be like the Final Smash. But if we're talking about like actual balance for it, it shouldn't be the way that it is. And I agree with all the stuff you were talking about for the way that it would work if you were to scale down. I agree with all that except for the not moving straight up, because that's kind of the whole point of the move.
Well, like, then keep the whole moving straight up. But again, lower everything. Like I said, keep whatever you like, but lower everything. Like, if you are knocking them 60 feet up in the air, account for that 6d6 bludgeoning damage when you're thinking about what other damage to do it, because that is automatically doing that damage. So if for every 10 feet it's going up, this attack is innately doing an extra 1d6 damage. So just, you have to calculate that as a part of the balance.
So maybe do 66 fire damage, keep it 60 feet instead of 120 feet, so that was doing 66 extra fire damage plus maybe 66 extra bludgeoning damage if they're not like a wizard with feather fall or a flying creature.
I think something like that could work for sure. I also think that you have a lot of flexibility here because these middle features are mostly fine, and I think the little tweaks you need to make are not huge impacts, depending, like, I don't think you need to dramatically change any of them too much. So the things that I think you need to spend the most time thinking about are the capstone and third level. And because of that, you don't really need to worry too much about balancing the capstone yet. I would, if you have ideas for how to balance it, jot them down, but they are all essentially irrelevant until you figure out the way that you want to interpret this third level feature, because this foundation is going to be the difference between how everything else feels in the subclass, both in terms of from a balance perspective, but also like vibe. Because that's the other thing, is like, you might rebuild this third level feature or turn it into something that goes into other ways in a way that when the time you get to 17th level, you've already given them a way to jump hit somebody really high in the air. Like that might have found its way in somewhere else. So I would not pigeonhole myself into solving what the 17th level feature should be until I feel confident about the way I'm taking the mastery moves and mushing them in through the subclass, whether that's entirely at third level or spread throughout.
Okay.
Because if you rebuild this and then you rebuild everything else, you might end up having to rebuild this again.
Yeah. Like, honestly, now that, like, you know, you've reviewed it, I honestly might just change the capstone feature completely so it's not a super attack. Because the whole point of the super attack was just it emulating Ike's Final Smash.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I'm not doing that anymore, I can make it whatever I want, which gives me infinitely more potential for like anything more interesting than this. Because this is boring. It's very
I
powerful.
don't know if it's boring. I just think
No.
it's really from a meta perspective, if I was going to be playing a fighter, the idea of being able to hit someone and knock them 100 feet in the air is fucking awesome. I like that. There was just too many pieces to the puzzle. Like, if I looked at this thing, and the only thing this move did was a special action attack where you can knock a creature 120 feet in the air and hit them with attack damage on top of them then falling, I think that would be fucking cool. I like that. So, but again, my opinion doesn't matter. Your opinion is the one that matters.
No, I agree. Like, it's super metal. I'm saying, like, when it comes to, like, perspective-wise for this subclass, it's boring because you already get that at 3rd level. You already have the ability to be like, you, me, up in the sky right now, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, I don't know. For me, that's kind of where it is right now, is it's like, this ability's boring, not because it's not cool, just because we already get it. This is just up to 11, which is the whole point of the Final Smash, right? Because Great Aether doesn't even exist in the Fire Emblem series. Aether itself is already like a super move in of itself. So really, I could do with just cutting it out entirely and replacing it with something, I won't say more interesting, because again, this is very metal, but just more varied. Like, makes this feel more different.
Yeah. Look, there's really not if that is, I think that could work really well. I don't want to encourage you to do anything that you don't want to. Like, I don't want to encourage you too much in any direction, because I do think you could make this work if you wanted to. But if you're like, fuck that, I want the real estate, yeah, get rid of it. Okay. Those are really all my thoughts. I think the idea of I'm not thinking about it in terms of Ike anymore, because I think moving on from this, you are either going to lean into it being Ike or not. But if I was going to lean into it not being Ike, but leaned into somebody who like could like almost like magically imbue their weapon with fire, and it was so powerful it would like swing them around the battlefield, sort of in the way that Ike works, I think it's a really fun idea. And I would try to lean into that vibe and be like, okay, if that's the vibe, what do I want that to look like now that I'm not worrying about making this like Ike? That's, I think, the game to play in your head. Because it is a really cool vibe, regardless of whether or not you keep it as associated with the Smash Brothers character. I think the vibe hits, right? Who doesn't want to have a big, crazy magic sword?
Yeah. That's always the fiction when it comes to fantasy sword fighter protagonists.
Yeah.
Like,
do you have
cool sword? Awesome.
Exactly. Yeah, Ike was my favorite Smash Brothers character for the Wii Smash. Do you have any thoughts, questions, curiosities?
No. I think inherently, because the whole point of that other stream was just, we don't care about, like, balance, just make it feel like the character.
Yeah.
I feel like that immediately gave him disadvantage, this subclass disadvantage, because, like, I built him to look like the character, not be balanced.
For sure.
So
I
now
think
that I'm not doing that anymore.
The suggestion that I would have, which you don't have to follow, is that if you know that's an issue with the piece, try to address it beforehand. Like, if that's if you don't know it's an issue or don't think it's an issue, don't worry about it. But if you finish a subclass, you're like, that works for Pikachu subclass, but it doesn't work for D&D Pikachu subclass, actually. There's no harm in starting to edit it before you get feedback. If you know something needs to change, you're competent. You can handle that shit, you know? Like, you'll always get feedback later afterwards anyway, but you can often end up getting, like, especially from, like, community feedback, if you put a lot of that work in beforehand, you can even sort of explain, like, here's what I did beforehand to try to make it this less like Smash and more like D&D, blah, 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 and it can be good. Make the process smoother. Cool, man. Thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it very much. Fun piece. Really fun piece.
Thank you very much for reviewing it.
Yeah, bye. Click. That was Vlorin. Let's give Vlorin a round of applause. So, a couple minutes ago, when I was talking about how that feature felt... When I was talking about how that fighter feature felt a little bit OP, our dear Stupid But Cunning gave an example of how you can do a shit ton of damage as a spellcaster with a 9th level spell at 17th level. And while that is true, that is not really how D&D game design works. And that's not really how D&D balance works. So just because you have an example of something in D&D that is more powerful than the thing that I'm saying is overpowered, that's not really helping them. Because comparing a single 9th level spell that is for specific classes that sits in the ecosystem of spell slots and spellcasters and stuff, it's not really going to be good justification for the power level of martial features. Because it's just different. I could always find a monster or a magic item or a subclass feature that could prove a lot of things to be fine that are not fine. And the reason for that is D&D is like really dynamic. There's all these different elements to it, and so much of balance in D&D has to do with like not just numbers, but numbers in relationship to the thing. A feature on a warlock might be totally balanced, but that same feature on a barbarian might be completely unbalanced. A feature on a cleric spell might be balanced, but if you turned that into a warlock spell, it might be unbalanced. So it's hard to navigate balance, and it's part of why these workshops I think are good, is because it is a gray scale. It's a gray scale. But the best way to help balance within that gray scale is to do that balance comparison, not by finding the extreme that proves the point you want, but by looking at the things that are very similar to what you're trying to make. So, for example, if you are trying to make a 17th level feature for a fighter, the best thing to look at for power balance is all of the other 17th level features for fighters. And then if you want to go real hard in the paint, look at all the other 17th level features of fighters in relationship to the other features that they get. And that is going to make you actually start to learn balance. Otherwise, you're just going to be playing this game of arguing balance because you're finding examples that prove your point, as opposed to thinking about it contextually outside of a very specific circumstance. Let's see. Do we have any more souls at the bottom of the list? We got some new people. Nice. Kadoosh. Kasplat. I understand, stupid, and I see the logic of it's a once a day feature. 9th level spell slots are once a day. Like, I get the logic of that. But what I'm saying is, regardless of it working or not in this circumstance for balancing, which I don't think it does, at a core idea, that's not balancing. Because, for example, do you think it would be balanced for a fighter to get access to the Wish spell at level 17? I don't think so. I don't know. That'd feel fucking weird. I mean, you might think it's balanced, Devilman, but you're being silly. Like, it's not good. It's genuinely, like, honestly, it's not even an argument that I'm going to have, because we're not arguing power balance. We're arguing learning power balance. And the way to learn power balance is not to find an excuse in the mechanics that agrees with you. It's to find examples that are similar in design that you can learn from. Comparing a fighter feature to a 9th level spell is not helping you grow, and it's not helping the creator justify their balance. Alrighty, let's give her a spin, shall we? I understand the logic of that, because, again, it's a once-a-day feature. You get it at level 17. That's how 9th level spell slots work. They're once a day. You get them at level 17. So there's, like, when you look at it like that, it makes total sense. But you need to look at it more contextually. Oh, there is often a rift between the power balance between fighters or martial characters and spellcasters. But similar to me disagreeing with him giving that subclass just an innate ability that his weapon counts as magical at level 15, because that felt like that was trying to solve a problem that had nothing to do with the subclass, that's sort of why I disagree with that. It's like, that sounds like that's an issue that somebody has with their opinion on game design, but I think that's much more applicable to style of play and the way Dungeon Masters interpret rules than anything else. And it's just opinions. I don't think you should balance around opinions. I think you should balance around the established rules. Because if you balance around the established rules, even if you want to, at a certain point, balance in like where you're pushing shit and changing shit, which I think is a fine goal to have, you got to, at the very least, learn how to balance based on the official things. Because if you don't understand what traditional game balance is, then you will never be good at breaking it in a way that works. You got to learn how to balance based on the game in order to break the game in ways that it doesn't break the game. I hope that makes sense. You're on the wheel, Hunky. Oh, maybe you're not. Thought I put you back on the wheel. Weird. All right, you're back. Oh, good night, good evening, Lucky Bamber. Dominique says a wizard casting 9th level spell should be stronger than swinging a sword. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think one of the things that people don't keep in mind with the power balance between martial characters and spellcasters, I think a lot of it just comes down to, realistically, how many encounters people put into a day and how hard it is to balance high-level play. It's hard to justify having 5 combat encounters or 5 encounters in a 24-hour period at level 20. Because you can accomplish so much and travel so much. Like, you could always just be like, you know what, we're done. We're going to plane shift to Mount Celestia and take a long rest. Like, you could just do that. Pretty cash. What's a good barbarian subclass homebrew? I love barbarians. There's plenty of good homebrew. I'm not gonna. I don't know what. I don't have any favorites. My Kirby barbarian. Let's see. Oh, this is CPR. What does Bless do? It blesses the chat. They get to add 1d4 to any of their attack rolls or their saving throws for a minute. I wanted an aquatic-themed ranger, as I felt out of all the classes it fit best. I don't disagree. I don't know if it fits best, but I like an aquatic ranger. I think there's space for it for sure. I wanted something that would be good in the water, but still do okay. Well, not amazing. That should 100% be the goal. Like cross between a pirate, a Navy SEAL, and the Rokia. I don't know what that is. From World of Darkness. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I accept that that is probably a thing. Chat, if you know what the Rokia is, you're more than welcome to tell me, or just give feedback based on that knowledge. Yeah, Project Nautiloid, not Nautiloid, Nautilus, Nautical, did a bunch of aquatic themed subclasses. All right, let's give this one a gander. Did I post it in the chat? I think I did. Kadish. One of these days, I'm going to make stuff up for inspiration in my submission. I'm down, but I don't know what that means. See how long it takes for people to notice? What do you mean, make stuff up for inspiration? Wait, what? I'm so confused what that means. Do you mean like it's going to be inspired by something and you want them to figure out what it's inspired by? I like that idea. But I might have misunderstood your comment. I'm doing pretty good. How you doing? What do you think the most broken thing you can do with Wish is? The infinite simulacrum thing. That's pretty much it, right? I suppose the only other thing that I would argue you could do that's broken with Wish would be if you were doing, like, the I wish for anything and I have to roll a die or it doesn't work or whatever, like the risky way to cast Wish, and your Dungeon Master just allowed you to do something really crazy. That could also be broken. But that's pretty much it. Wave Rider. The seas are dark and full of bottomless horror. Unfathomable. Okay. You're doing something with this sentence that's not good. Who is this? CPR. So CPR, there is a very famous sentence that says, there's a famous phrase, and that phrase goes, it's like the night is dark and full of terror. And I think that's from Game of Thrones or something. But that's the line. The night is dark and full of terror. And you say that phrase kind of, but you change it. If you said the seas are dark and full of horror, and that was the whole sentence, that would be fine. But the fact that you took part of that quote and then sort of just plugged it in with a longer sentence makes it read weird. Rangers that ride the waves and dive, because I'm expecting it to reminisce on that quote because it's so close to it, but then it doesn't. So it almost makes it feel like you either attempted to make it feel like the quote and you failed, or you didn't know about the quote. And either one of those pulls me out as a reader. I immediately start thinking about the person who wrote this as opposed to just thinking about the words on the page. All right, let's see what this thing gets. At 3rd level, they get Create or Destroy Water, Air Bubble, Tidal Wave, Control Water, Maelstrom. What does Air Bubble do? Does it let you breathe underwater? It's alright. It's not a bad spell list. Make sure that all these spells are the right levels. I'm not checking that right now, but this should be 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level. That should be how that goes. Beyond that, like, yeah, I think that's right, but double check that. If that's not right, fix it. This spell list, I'm the Schwa. Thank you back for the resub. 7 months, let's go, baby. Here's my thought process. This Ranger spell list does some legwork to make this guy feel aquatic. That being said, it's pretty, like, bad. And I don't mean bad like you made bad choices in making this. Like, weak. This is a very weak spell list compared to other Rangers. If you look at most of the Rangers that get access to spells, their spell lists are amazing. Okay? Like, Gloomstalker. Disguise Self, Rope Trick, Fear, Greater Invisibility, and it's Seeming. Let's look at the Fey Wanderer. Charm Person, Misty Step, Dispel Magic, Dimension Door, Mislead. These spells are fucking powerhouse spells. We're not getting any powerhouse spells. So I think you might want to reconsider what spells we get here. I get it from a vibe perspective, but I'm wondering if it's worth it to look for water-feeling spells that are stronger than this. Like, what's the spell where you can make an orb of water and, like, swing it around and hit people with it? That could be a pretty cool spell to get here. But that's what I would say. I would say sometimes, like, if you're looking at a paladin or a cleric, you don't want all of the spells on their spell list to be heavy-hitting spells. You want a couple heavy-hitting and a lot of flavor. Like, these spells would be great on a ocean-themed cleric. But with Rangers, their power balance is tweaked a little differently when it comes to the spell list. And you really want to pa. I believe there is... I don't remember if there's a wall of water. There is a wall of ice. I think Fog Cloud would be good. I think Thunder Wave would also be really good. Who said that? I'm a moron? Well, you're not one. I like those ideas. The Water Prison spell. What's the Water Prison spell? I don't remember what it's called. You could incorporate a lot of cold stuff also, I think. I don't remember. What's the water prison spell? Is that a new spell, or is it just one I'm not remembering? Maelstrom is the spell. At 5th level. Wall of Water is from Xanathars. It's a 4th level spell. Well, apparently there's a 4th level water prison spell. Sounds pretty cool, but the only real downside it has is its name is really not memorable because neither I nor Tradosia remember it. Oh, Watery Sphere. That's what I said earlier. That's what I said. The spell where you can summon a orb of water and swing it around into people. It's like Flaming Sphere, but it does. I don't think it does damage. It just knocks people around. Yeah, Tradosia, we had the same thought. We arrived at the airport from different destinations, but we landed together, and we high-fived on the runway. Let's take a look at these other features. Let's dive a little deeper into this bad boy. What aquatic adaptation? You learn the Shape Water cantrip. You get a swim speed equal to your walking speed. You can breathe air and water. You don't suffer any drawbacks for making melee or ranged attacks as part of the underwater combat. Cool. Okay. You're doing a couple things here that I really like. They are subtle, but I really like them. So, there are other classes in D&D that get water features where they get a swim speed equal to their walking speed and they can breathe underwater. There are other classes that do this. The Aquatic Warlock gets this. A billion different races get it. But this is giving us something else. This is giving us the ability to ignore the penalties of using weapons underwater. And I think that's a really smart decision to put that here. And I'm curious if anyone in chat can tell me why. Because there is something important that I don't know if this creator thought about, but it's the kind of thing you need to think about whenever you're making a core class. Or whenever you're making a subclass that you got to think about. That is not a part of having a swim speed. You do not ignore the penalties of fighting underwater. That's not... wait a minute. Is that true? Really? Is that true? I believe it. I just got to look it up because I did not know that. Where's the rules for swimming? There we go. Swimming. Where are you swimming? Oh, this is not gonna be what I need. What do I look up? Fighting underwater? God, D&D is so bad at looking things up. Underwater combat, thank you. This website's so bad. Okay. When you make a... Okay, when making a melee attack that doesn't impose... a creature that doesn't have a swim speed has disadvantage. Okay, cool. So, yeah. So, it's just the... Okay, cool. So, the only part that matters is the ranged part. But the ranged part does matter. So you don't need to say the melee, but the ranged matters. But guys, that's not the point. Why is this really important to get at this level in order for this to feel cool? Why? What is this creator addressing? That's something that needs to be addressed whenever you make a subclass. Let's think about this in another way. When you are making a subclass for D&D, what are you doing? On a fundamental level, what are you doing? When you make a subclass for D&D, what are you doing? You're building game, you're doing game design. You are trying to help sell a fiction of something, right? You're like, I'm trying to tell a story that I couldn't tell in D&D traditionally. you're trying to create new options for things that characters can do. And that last one is really important. When you are creating a subclass, you are creating new options for classes. What does that mean? What is that? What can be implied from that? If we know that the goal of the subclass is to make new options for classes, what can be implied? What's a secondary rule there that can be implied? Hunky, you're on the wheel, dude. I added you. I added you a while ago. I checked. I double checked. You're there. Don't worry. I appreciate the 5, though. So, if you are designing a subclass, and the goal of the subclass is to give a class new features, one of the main things that you need to do when you're making that subclass...
I think you may have forgotten to add my name back to the wheel.
Did not forget.
Also, what is your favorite magic item?
My favorite magic item is probably the Ring of Jumping. Jumping is fun. It's a magic item that I will always get if I have access to. And it's a magic item that doesn't break the game. You can get it very early. It's fun at level 1. It's fun at level 20. Jumping. Ring of Jumping. Okay, to get back to my rant. If the goal of a subclass is to give a class new features, that subclass should not give that class any features that class already inherently gets. This is an issue that comes up a lot with monks. We see many times monks getting features where they get a climb speed. They don't need to get a climb speed. They get a climb speed. They can run on water. They can run on walls. Now, ever since Tasha's came out, every single ranger in their core class gets a swim speed. They all get it. It's just a part of the class now. So, giving this ranger a swim speed, even if we're adding a breathing underwater thing on top of that, is not enough here. Because it's not good on a ranger compared to any other class. Because every other class, I don't think so. I don't think any other class has the option to innately get a swim speed. So with any other class, you don't really need to do anything other than swim speed and breathing underwater. But with a ranger, you do. Because they already get a swim speed. So giving them a swim speed a little earlier is kind of a nothing burger. Anyway, that was a big rant to explain why I like this tiny little detail here. But I thought it was important to talk about, because one of the issues that I think we face a lot in D&D with subclasses is people making features that don't really make sense to give to the class they're making them for. You know? Alright, let's take a look at Crashing Wave. You can empower your strikes with the force of a crashing wave. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can use your bonus action to deal extra 1d6 bludgeoning damage. You can also deal cold damage equal to your wisdom modifier to a creature within 5 feet of the target. Interesting. So it's like a weird mini... It's like Booming Blade, basically. When you reach 11th level in this class, the extra bludgeoning damage increases to 2d6 and is considered magical. You deal cold damage to an additional creature within 5 feet. Okay, I don't know if I love the triple stacking. Here's what I would do. I would make all the damage cold damage. I don't think some of it needs to be bludgeoning and some of it should be cold. I think it makes sense if it's all cold. Or all bludgeoning. The change doesn't make sense to me. And beyond that, I think the wisdom modifier damage increases naturally because your wisdom modifier will increase. And having it increase from 1d6 to 2d6 is fine. But I don't like the extra target. Yeah, did I say Booming Blade? I meant Green Flame Blade. Tradosio said for the movement speed, you could also do a thing where you gave them more movement than they would normally get. If you give them a 40-foot movement speed, that would be better because they'd have 10 extra feet. That could also work for sure. I think I like the vibe of it. The splash damage, does it feel like the splash damage sells the fiction of you, like, hitting somebody with a wave of water? I think it does. I don't know if I like the damage amounts. I think this would be better if it did 1d8 damage and it grew to 2d8, because it requires a bonus action every turn you use it. And on top of that, that extra damage is not crazy. Like, wisdom modifier damage to a creature is nice, but it's not crazy. So this is sort of like a... It's very similar to the Horizon Walker. The Horizon Walker is a bonus action. You deal an extra 1d8 force damage, and the whole thing counts as force damage. Quispy! Joe Mama! Gifting 5 subs. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you, buddy. Very, very kind of you. You gentleman. You powerhouse of knowledge. Yeah, gifts, baby. Also, if anybody's watching on YouTube, it's something that you can set in your settings. You can go to your settings and you can set it so you are open to receiving gifts. And that means that when somebody does a gifted sub, you are potentially one of the people on YouTube that's going to get it. So yeah, this is like the Horizon Walker, but the damage type is much more resisted, but it's doing more damage. So with that in mind, I think you up the D6s to D8s here. And I don't think you do the considered magical thing. You just change them all to being cold damage. And I think you're groovy, baby. Let's see what we get at 7th level. You gain proficiency in vehicles. This is something that we should be getting at 3rd level. Why is it taking us to 7th level? If I'm going to play a water pirate ranger, what happens if the campaign ends at level 5, which many do? No, if you want to give us water shit, give us it at 3rd level, not 7th. Honestly, I don't think it would be crazy. I think you could make it work, dude. I think you could. I don't think you need to tweak this at that much, if at all, to add this to set the 3rd level. Let's see what we get. What else that we get at 7th level? It's just too late to get a proficiency that is related to something that is so important for the base. I don't know, it just feels weird. Like, there's some proficiencies that I feel like, yeah, that would make sense for that character to learn it over the adventure. You're not going to automatically learn water vehicles on a desert adventure, you know what I mean? Like, if this was like, you gain proficiency in insight checks, yeah, that makes sense, because it doesn't matter what kind of adventure you're on, you're going to be a little bit more wary of people, or better at reading people as you know what I mean? I would say give it to them early, otherwise it feels like the fiction feels weird. We get no prey remains at 7th also. You are adapted to hunting prey in the depths of the ocean, far from the light. You can feel the vibrations of moving creatures and detect living creatures' electric fields. While in water, you have a blind sight out to 30 feet and have advantage on perception checks against hidden creatures. While not in water, you gain the same benefit, but only 10 feet. I wouldn't phrase it that way. I would just say, while not in water, you gain blind sight to a range of 10 feet. I think this is fine. I'm trying to remember if Rangers get some alternative version of that. I know that there's a fighting style that gives you blind sight. I might be thinking of Rogues that get like a minor weird version of blind sight. I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. Here's my thought. It does a good job of selling the fiction of you being a guy that fights in the darkness underwater. But it feels pretty disassociated from the other features. Like, I don't feel like having blind sight is going to change the way I feel about this character or playing them. And we're not really getting any features that combine well with blind sight. Like, if Fog Cloud was on our spell list, that would combine really well with blind sight. Do you know what I mean? But you're not giving us any mechanical way that this is tied in. And that can be okay sometimes, but I feel like it doesn't feel great here. Fighters get blind fighting style too, yeah. Tradosio suggests changing the language to read, you gain blind sight out to a range of 10 feet. While you're fully submerged in water, your blind sight increases to 30 feet. I like that. That could work well. Tremor sense is not how sharks hunt, because tremor sense is done through feeling vibrations in physical things. Sharks hunt with a sense that there is no expression for in D&D. The closest version of it would be blind sight. I think you did the right choice for picking blind sight, because sharks hunt with electromagnetic pulses, which is essentially echolocation on steroids. We don't have that in D&D. The closest we have to that is blind sight. Sharks sniff, but they also do electromagnetic pulses. That's true. If you don't want to do the blind sight, you could lean into the, like, you can smell blood from far away. You get, maybe you have advantage on checks made to track creatures that are injured or something like that. Blind sight is fine. I just feel like it doesn't feel like it ties to anything else. All right. Let's take a look at tidal forces. And I also feel a little bit weird that we are now at 7th level. And of all of the features we've gotten, the only active features are the ability to cast Shape Water and the bonus action Extra Damage. Every other feature that we get is either dependent on us being in water or dependent on, like, very circumstantial things that we as a player are not going to really have an easy time to trigger being important because they're not built in here. Let's take a look at tidal forces. You think you could add a more defensive feature? For sure. That could work. What about the cold resistance? Cold resistance is fine. It's nothing. It's a ribbon feature. It's good. It fits the vibe. If anything, it makes me feel more confident that all of this damage should be cold damage. I think at 7th level, it's totally a reasonable spot for it. I think it's good. Tidal forces. At 11th level, once per turn, when you hit a creature 2 sizes larger than you or smaller with a weapon attack, you can force the target to make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC or be knocked prone. I have a question. I don't know the answer. What does prone do underwater? I don't know. Chat, can you tell me? You can use your bonus action to make a weapon attack against a prone target. Ugh, don't like that. You can make this special attack a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you're gaining expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, here's the thought process that I struggle with here. You have done literally nothing to build this subclass around the prone condition. The only thing you've done to build this subclass around doing anything with the prone condition is giving us this thing at 11th level. So why is the main thing we're getting that's powerful at 11th level not at all tied to the vibe of the subclass, entirely tied to this new gameplay loop of knocking creatures prone? So if I were you, I would completely remove this feature. If you want to keep the wave knocks people prone thing, I think that could be fine. It's not particularly interesting, if you ask me. I think you're losing out on a lot of potential here. The Ranger 11th level feature is usually the coolest, craziest feature that Ranger gets, outside of maybe like the Gloomstalker. You can go a little bit hard in the paint at 11th level. The power of this feature is fine, because 11th level features are usually really fucking powerful. But I just don't think it does anything to sell the fiction of the subclass. The other thing that you're not thinking about is that you have disadvantage on ranged attack rolls against prone creatures. So, unless you really are trying to incentivize this to be a melee ranger, it's not good to knock creatures prone or to have to attack prone creatures at range, because it forces you to make that attack roll a disadvantage. All right, let's take a look at 15th level. Blood in the Water. You are adept at taking down a wounded or retreating target. You have advantage on attacks of opportunity and advantage on your first attacks as part of the attack action when the target is less than half their hit points. I feel like this, I feel very similar to this as I do about this. It feels lackluster. I feel like you could probably rebuild the 11th and 15th level features pretty dramatically. I think this is kind of dull for me. I don't think it's selling a fiction. Advantage on attack of opportunities is whatever. It's a ribbon feature. An advantage on your first attack as a part of the attack action when the target is less than half their hit points is good, but I don't think it's, like, interesting. And I think there's a lot of ways you can get advantage on attacks. I don't know. If I were you, I would probably go in a different direction with these two features. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that. So, wait a minute. So, a melee attack with reach is also made at disadvantage against a prone creature. That's a cool idea. You know what? D&D players should take more advantage of that. There's so many monsters that have reach. And if you are in a circumstance where you're fighting a monster with reach, and you're confident it's not going to walk up to you, if you go prone, that's essentially getting the dodge action for free. That's pretty cool. That's really cool, actually. I did not know that. So if you're fighting a roper who have a movement speed of like 10 feet, but their attack range is like 30 feet, you can just lie on the ground and they have a hard time getting you. And it's going to take them 4 rounds to get halfway to you. Oh, I love that. I did not know that. That's really interesting. Okay, I think you got some nice ideas going on here. I will tell you what I think is missing. I think there's a core... I think that what's missing here is the core concept. I feel like this is approaching the vibe of being a wave rider. Well, let me rephrase that. This doesn't feel like a wave rider at all. We don't get any features that give us weird, unique wave riding or movement features outside of swimming. So wave rider feels a little bit like a... Like, if I was going to make a wave rider character, they would have features where they felt like they were, like, surfing in the air or something. I don't know. But I think the problem here that is going to help you the most is that, or rather the most valuable piece of feedback, at least that for me, is that outside of the concept of this is Ranger but water, this doesn't feel like it has any specific subclass vibe at all. It feels very bland, generic water features, or features that might be interesting but also feel like they don't feel like they're building into it doesn't feel like it's building towards anything. Like, I would strongly encourage you, like, I think this would work much better if it was a shark themed ranger, or if it was a wave themed ranger. You know, I would pick more of a focus. I'd pick more of a focus. And you can express that focus in a number of ways. You could express it through, all right, I'm going to pick more of a specific vibe for this thing to have, and then I'm going to build it to be that vibe. Or pick sort of like an element of, like a gameplay loop element, or a way of expressing game mechanics that is a very specific feeling, and do that. That's sort of what the swashbuckler is. Like, the swashbuckler is not like a hyper specific subclass in terms of it. It's like general pirate-ish guy. But if you look at the mechanics, they work really hard to sell a very specific fiction of a type of character. So that's what I would do if I were you. I would try to either make the fiction sell a specific type of character and make sure the mechanics fit that, or use the mechanics to sell a specific style of play that would encourage behaving in a specific character sort of way, in the way the swashbuckler is like, be a little cavalier and get in people's faces and be a showboat, because you just get features that like literally make it good when you do those things. Those are my thoughts. I read the no ability to communicate with fish, that this thing is basically not a super magical water guy, but we get water magic. So it should be water magic guy. So I take back that assumption that I made. I think we should get more water magic shit. Or something. Whatever the vibe is you want to go towards, pick a vibe, focus towards it. Those would be my thoughts. Thank you very much, for CPR, for sharing. An aquatic ranger. A wanger. All right, I'm going to double check to make sure you're still on it, Hunky. Yeah, you're here. I got you. Why aren't you showing up on it? Oh, you are on it. I was just being stupid. There you are. Okay. A bit. Fuck. Reload. Sorry. Gotta check the wheel. It's been a hot minute. Who was before Hunky? Bayalzul. See, I knew there'd be people that we missed. Gotta get Derek on that list. Yeah, man. I checked before, but you said you didn't see it, so I wanted to check again. Because sometimes it does weird shit like that. Usually it's good. Usually it doesn't do that. It's Lua.exe. Oh, Lua. You know, they used to call Lua Kalua. And then they got into that DUI. Almost exactly 8 months ago, people submitted several horror movie slasher subclasses. Oh yeah, that was fun. I love monster shit. I got inspired and decided to do my own take on it with the barbarian. Well, you're gonna do a monster. You're gonna do a slasher with my favorite subclass. You're gonna make me a happy man. Unless you ruin it and I become so sad. It has been 8 months. That's crazy. Wait, are you saying it's been 8 months since you've had a piece reviewed by me, or it's been 8 months since you've been a part of my little community? Either way, it's good to see some homebrew from you, buddy. This is the path of the dreadful. Let's see here. Brute strength often only gets you so far. Some come to understand that fear is one of the greatest motivators. That sentence is broken, Lua. This is... So, Lua, you should never use a semicolon. Good night, Bealzul. You're a champion. Thank you for the biddies. There's almost never a circumstance to use a semicolon. I would say, in normal everyday life, or for casual creative writing, you should never, ever use a semicolon. The only time that I think you should use a semicolon, genuinely, is if you are writing for a publication that has professional editors that are going to look over your piece. Like if you're writing an article for a magazine or something. Because 9 times out of 10, when a writer uses a semicolon, they don't need to be using it. Most of the time, it's unnecessary. And it reads bad. So here's the deal with semicolons. You can like semicolons, that's fine. This is the truth of them, though. When somebody reads something with a semicolon, this is what happens. Either the person knows how semicolons are supposed to be used, and they can tell that it's used incorrectly, which makes the writer seem dumb, or they can tell that it might be used correctly, but it's unnecessary, and then the writer seems dumb / pretentious, or they don't know when semicolons are supposed to be used, and the writer just seems pretentious, or like those situations happen more than almost anything else. So it creates a circumstance where you are essentially doing writing on hard mode, because you are opting to use a piece of grammar that is irrelevant and unnecessary most of the time, and when it is used, it is often seen as obnoxious. And that's not a personal opinion thing. That's a thing that Mark Twain has said, and many people have said since then, but that's a Mark Twain quote, and I stick to it. I don't think you need semicolons. And I will also say that this is an incorrect use of semicolons. Or at the very least, this is, whether or not this is a correct use of semicolon, this is an incorrect sentence. This sentence doesn't work. Long dashes, I think, are very good. I think long dashes, long dashes create a feeling of movement. Barbarians following this path revel in the power of terror, using it to take what they believe belongs to them. I don't know if we need this. What does that mean? That's weird. I would just get rid of that. Are these barbarians also thieves? Like, what are we doing here? We don't need that sentence. The rage is not just a tool to bring physical harm, but a performance to both threaten and inspire. Okay. You're not going to love what I have to say here, but I would say you keep this sentence. The rest of this sentence you drop, because it doesn't matter. It feels like it's weird. I don't think it's connected to anything. And then you don't drop, and then you have to completely drop the second sentence too, because the second sentence is not giving us any information. What is this sentence saying? It's saying rage doesn't just bring harm, it brings terror. This barbarian doesn't just rage with physical, it rages with fear and awe. That's what this sentence says. So these sentences say the exact same thing. So you're not giving us new information. So start with this. Figure out how to express this idea in a way that is grammatically correct and enjoyable to read. And then maybe write something else. But yeah. Boop. All right, let's keep going. Kadoosh. Kasplork. At third level, we get 2 features, Frightening Presence and Weapon of Dread. I do like these names quite a bit. At third level, you gain proficiency in Intimidation. If you don't have it, your proficiency bonus is doubled for ability checks you make. Expertise-ish in Intimidation is probably fine. Probably fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. I could also see you not doing it this way. I could also see you doing it like this. You gain proficiency in Intimidation, and you can add your strength a modifier to intimidation checks. That would be another way to do this that I think would work. It doesn't matter that it's still on charisma. If you're getting proficiency and expertise, even if you have a -1 to charisma, that's a +3. That's taking a -1 to something to a +3 to something, and then that +3 will become a +5. And then it'll become a +8. Like it'll be good. It's enough. I think it might be more interesting though, if instead of it just doubling your proficiency bonus, you just get to add your strength modifier on top of your charisma checks. I think that could be cool. Or intimidation checks specifically. Let's take a look at Weapon of Dread. But also, I like this for a ribbon feature a lot. Honestly, depending on how powerful this other feature is, we might be able to fuck with this a little bit more. Make it a little bit more oomphy. Weapon of Dread. At third level, your visage becomes unsettling when you enter your rage. Reorganize that sentence. At third level, when you rage, your visage becomes unsettling. Put the rage first. Think about it like this. Whenever you're writing D&D mechanics, you want the order of operation to be logical based on the things that are happening. Which is why, like, when you have spells, it's like, you choose a point you can see within range. That's the first thing. Each creature within 15-foot radius has to make a saving throw. That's the next thing. On a failed save, they take damage. That's the next thing. On a successful save, they take blah, blah, blah. That's the next thing. That's why spells are written that way. Your mechanics should be written the exact same way. So what's the first thing that's happening? Is our visage becoming unsettling first? No. The first thing that's happening is raging. So you want to put that first. And that sort of like logical, that logic puzzle of like, how do I organize the way my homebrew is written? Think about it like you're a computer programmer and you're trying to teach a program how to use your homebrew. Every piece needs to be in proper order. Yeah, don't actually add strength score. That would be silly. Strength modifier would be good. Okay, let's take a look at Weapon of Dread. Oh, no, he didn't say strength score. He said barbarian level. Excuse me, goofball. At 3rd level, your visage becomes unsettling. This music's... I don't mind the poppy music. It's just a little too loud. I need to just kind of be a beat in the background. At 3rd level, your visage becomes blah, blah, blah. You enter a rage. When you enter a rage, I think you get... Oh, man, I kind of hate flavor text like this. If you're explaining that we enter a rage here, you don't need to explain that we're entering a rage here. If you want to say we're entering a rage here, you don't say we're entering a rage here. So either say at 3rd level, your visage becomes unsettling, period. When you enter a rage, bop, 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 bop. Or say at 3rd level, when you enter a rage, your visage becomes unsettling, period, bop, 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 bop. But don't write it twice. When you enter a rage, or as a reaction, when you reduce another creature to 0 hit points. Ooh, I don't know how I feel about that. You inflict terror upon creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you. That's such a big area. Lua, regardless of what this ability does, this is too big of an area. It genuinely doesn't matter. There is no possible ability you could make trigger on activating rage or dropping a creature to 0 hit points at 3rd level that can have a range of 60 feet. Literally, there's no feature you could give this that would be balanced on. Unless the feature was all creatures within 60 feet of you continue acting as normal. All of them that you choose is more powerful than all of them. Because you can pick not creatures if you don't want. Like, if I get to pick creatures, I can do all creatures if I want within 60 feet. That's real strong. It makes it much stronger. Well, we don't even know what it does yet. I'm just acknowledging that a 60-foot activated feature on a barbarian on their as part of their rage feature is too much. Let's see here. They have to make a wisdom saving throw equal to your strength. It's strength-based. Interesting. Or they take psychic damage equal to 1d6 plus your rage damage bonus and become frightened until the end of your next turn. Huh. Yeah, that's a stupid amount of too much damage, dude. That's so much... Yeah, it's way too strong. Being able to frighten creatures is pretty strong. I think you gotta completely rework this. What's the vision that you want to sell? Do you like the idea of that your rage freaks people out? If that's what you like, then here's what you do. When you rage, as a part of your bonus action when you rage, all creatures of your choice within 15 feet of you have to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they become frightened of you. They remain frightened of you so long as your rage is maintained, and they can remake the saving throw whenever the end of each of their turns. Or something like that. But I think you got to pick a poison here, man. Do you want this thing to be doing damage, or do you want this thing to be frightening creatures? I think there's not enough space for it to be doing both. Or if you really need it to do both, you got to significantly limit it in another way. Yeah, like this, like 10 feet or 5 feet if it's doing both. Also, if the damage is a dice number plus a number that grows, that's the growth of the damage. You don't need any more damage growth if this number grows inherently. So we don't need to be doing any of this stuff down here. I think I'm going to try to do a Q&A stream. Rex, I'm either going to do a Q&A stream on Saturday or Sunday, depending on how much energy I have, or I'm going to do one next week. The other thing that I'm realizing I might need to start doing is splitting my streams into different activities, because there's a lot of stuff I want to do, and I just don't have the time. So there might be a good idea to, yeah, exactly. Art stream when, speed brew stream when, 100-word subclass challenge when, Brewmaster. Do you guys remember the Brewmaster game? There's so many things I want to do, and a lot of them take time. So I think we're gonna have to start doing, some shows that are split themed. I don't know if that's gonna be a good idea or not. I'm not sure. Because I also don't love the idea of doing a lot less homebrew. I love the homebrew streams. The homebrew streams are my bread and butter. The other thing that we could do is we could do a thing where I start every single stream by reviewing like 1 or 2 pieces of homebrew, and then I do an activity. That would be a really different shift, and I don't know if it would have as much engagement. But that would be another option. We'll figure something out. I'm open to suggestions. Guys, quite literally, I have a section in my Discord that is suggestions. I think it might be limited to members, but I think there's a public... I don't think so. I think there's a member-specific one and there's a not member-specific one. But if you want to give me suggestions for how to incorporate more stream ideas, I like suggestions. I might ignore them if I don't want to listen to them, but I like me reviewing homebrew too. Okay. I like the idea of when you manifest your rage, you become scary and explosive a little bit. I think that's quite a lot of fun. My concern with it is twofold. One, I really don't like that it's pretty limited in use. Like, I don't like that I get to do it when I rage, and I get to do it if I drop a creature to 0 hit points. It feels like I have... I don't know. I don't like that. So, I think what I would do is... it doesn't feel like it lasts... Like, it doesn't feel like it does enough. So, what I would do if I were you is I would lower the radius from 60 feet to something stupidly small. Like 5 feet. Maybe 10 feet. And I would say when you rage, any creatures within that area, or maybe one creature within that area, but it's got to be pretty limited, you can frighten them. And they become frightened. And I don't think that fear condition should last around. I think it should last the entire duration of your rage. But they should be allowed to remake the saving throws at the end of each of their turns. I think it will make the special rage feel better longer, which I think will have more of an impact than it feeling bigger, shorter. That is an opinion, but that's where my head goes. Like, I'm imagining if I was going to play this thing, or if I was going to be a dungeon master with this thing, I think it's better if it feels like it lasts the whole rage. Or it feels like it could last the whole rage. Hey, Cinder, do you know of any abilities that allow you to keep fighting even after dropping to 0 and rolling death saving throws? Yeah, there's 2. There's the Zealot Barbarian's Capstone feature. And there's the Samurai has a version of that also. They're a little different, but they're very similar. Yeah, I would remove the retriggering on the dropped creature, probably. But Lua, I'd probably keep it as like an asterisk underneath it to decide, because I don't know. My gut says that you don't need it, but in playtesting, you might be like, no, I need this. This is needed. Because the other thing is, if you drop the damage, which I think you should do, by the way, you are sort of turning this into an alternative version of an Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. The Ancestral Guardian Barbarian is one of the only Barbarian subclasses that does not get an innate way to do extra damage at level 3. Almost every other Barbarian does. Maybe the Totem Barbarian doesn't, but pretty much every other Barbarian does. And it allows them to be a little bit weird. And I think it's good. And the fear mechanic is powerful. And it's a little bit... It's not weird thematically, but it's weird as a barbarian to be able to apply conditions that are usually associated with magic. So it's not bad weird, but I think it might be weird enough that it justifies it being okay for this third level to not deal extra damage. I think it might still feel really good. Especially if the fear lasts a while. That also would give you more space with maybe keeping, I don't know, I'd play around with that idea. I don't know what the answer is there. Regardless of what it is, you want it to be, you want a mechanic for this thing to prolong. Because the other thing that you could do is you could make it sort of like the undead warlock, where instead of it being an AoE thing, it's like when you hit a creature, you can make them frightened of you until the start of your next turn. And you could just do that every round, once per round, while raging. So you could trigger potentially a frightened condition the whole time, all of rage, but it would be require you to keep hitting. That would be another way to sort of handle it. You could also do more powerful stuff with that, I think, depending on how you decided the fear triggered based on the hit. Yeah, it would give you some runway to do other things. Okay, let's take a look at Menace at 6th level. At 6th level, your melee weapon attacks deal double damage to objects and structures. I don't think that works for the vibe of this subclass. Additionally, when you enter your rage, you gain the benefits of the dash action. Is the idea here that's supposed to be that, like, when you start fighting... Okay, so two things here once. This feature completely contradicts this feature. So, this feature is all about... Once I dash... As soon as I'm done, as soon as I rage, I can dash really far. This feature is, I want to be close to bad guys when I rage. So it's like, I want to be close to bad guys when I rage. Why am I immediately moving very quickly? I don't think this works. I think Menace needs to be different. I think you need to start, I think this one needs to be I think the double damage to objects and structures is because you're imagining Mr. X punching through the thing in Resident Evil. And I think the dash is because in slasher movies, there's like a jump scare element. I think neither of those work in this circumstance in this way. I don't think they work with the third level features. I don't think they work to help sell the fiction of this thing. I think realistically, either of these features feels like a third level feature. Neither of these features feels like a 6th level feature. There also is sort of a pounce mechanic with Tasha's. I don't know what that is, but I don't remember. But I have heard of it. Just don't remember what it does. No, that's what I mean. It's like the jump scare. Yeah, the idea is like the guy's quick. But what I'm saying is none of these feel like third level. First of all, none of these feel like 6th level features at all. And second of all, I genuinely don't think they work well with the way you've built your third level feature at all either. Because the whole point of the third level feature is you want to be close to stuff when you rage. So why would being fast after raging... It doesn't mix with it. It's like it pushes it in divergent directions. You don't need to immediately move quickly away from creatures that are afraid of you. They are going to do that anyway. They're afraid of you. Pounce is you can move half your movement when you enter your rage, and it's at 7th level. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, I think this is just a ground-up rebuild. This should be either a defensive feature or a utility feature, and you need to build it in the context of what your third level feature is doing. I don't think it needs to work with the frightened condition or anything like that, but if you know this barbarian is about running up to people and raging to make them afraid, that's important to think about. So, you got to go defense or utility, and you got to, build this feature from scratch. Neither one of these feel like they work right now. What if you could teleport to a frightened creature or gain extra speed when chasing them? You could do something like that. That could work. Either of those could work. I think the teleport would have to be really, really, really limited. But I think either one of those could work. You're making a homebrew where every possession the character has will be replaced by a tamed mimic. I think that if you're going to do that, the hard part of making that work, regardless of what you make it, is not just giving that thing a bunch of different features that all represent different items being mimics, but to give them a limited number of features that mechanically express the idea of having a bunch of mimics. Because I think that would be too many things if it was like you're a new class or a subclass that essentially has 30 magic items or even 6 magic items. It's too much. It'd be too much. So I would be like, okay, what would a mimic taming knight need to have to feel like a mimic taming knight? Like what would don't think about the literal what would they need to have, like, oh, no, mimics and stuff. No, like, what mechanics would they need, and just build those mechanics. All right, let's take a look at 10th level Unstoppable. At 10th level, while raging, you gain the following benefits. Your movement is unaffected by difficult terrain. Spells and other magical effects neither reduce your movement speed nor cause you to be paralyzed or restrained. You can't be frightened. If you're frightened when you enter your rage, the effect is suspended. Yeah, this has literally the same problems as this. Neither one of these feel like they fit the 3rd level. The problem is that you're not making this, like, the 3rd level feature. Frightened mechanic does a very specific thing, and I feel like we're not building off of it. I also feel like this 10th level feature feels like it should be a 6th level feature. So normally in D&D, at 6th level, you get something that's sort of utility, or movement-based, or defensive. And at 10th level, you usually get something that's like either a once-a-day special thing, or an improvement upon your 3rd level feature, or some new way to interact with your 3rd level feature. So, yeah, this also is very similar to Mindless Rage. Mindless Rage is this, but also the Charmed condition. I feel like your movement being unaffected by difficult terrain and things can't slow you down or paralyze you or restrain you are very good. I would argue they're potentially too good to give all of those at the same time. And beyond them being too good, I also think that they don't sell the fiction of this subclass as anything. Because we get one feature at 3rd level that makes it so we can frighten creatures. We're a little bit more intimidating. And then everything else is just we're fast. Fast is not a vibe. Fast is like, we don't need 3 different ways to express being fast. Here's a way that we're fast. Here's a way that we're fast. Here's a way that we're fast. We don't need 3 different ways. Just pick one of them. Yes, all 3 of these are doing different things. But you know what they're not doing? Selling different fiction or building on any fiction. They're all accomplishing the exact same goal. So I think you got to simplify, get rid of a lot of this stuff, and try to think about like what is this thing? Like, what is the vibe? Is it a sprinter that jump scares people, or is because that's what it feels like right now. And if that was the case, we should get more sprinty stuff earlier. And less jump scary stuff earlier. All of the messages in chat are seen by both YouTube and Twitch. Only Twitch chat is displayed on the video because Twitch does not allow you to display chat other than Twitch chat if you are streaming on multiple platforms. So because I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, only Twitch gets to appear on the actual video screen because the company is a little bit skeezy that way. Let's take a look at 14th level. When you successfully damage a creature with a weapon attack, you can make forced to make a con save. On a failure, it begins to bleed, gains a level of exhaustion, takes 2d6 piercing damage. Okay, yeah. So here's what I'm going to say. This also doesn't fit this subclass. It fits the subclass. The only way Savage Strike fits the subclass is if we start at level 14. If we start at level 14, all of these features fit nicely together. But if we don't start at level 14, it feels like we get a random fear feature, a whole bunch of features about how we're some sort of like fucking speedster gymnast, and then a random super brutal stabbing feature at the end. but they don't build into each other. They feel really random. So I'm not even going to... I don't even think we need to power balance this one. I think it's just out of place. I think you need to figure out how to take the idea of this and get it into the mechanics earlier. Or not do this. If you can't feel like a slasher at level 3, you shouldn't really be a slasher. You certainly shouldn't have to wait till you get to level 14 to feel like a slasher. Like, if I want to make a barbarian that's all about using the 4 elements, and at level 3 they get the fire element, and at level 6 they get the cold element, or they get the water element, and at level 10 they get the air element, and at level 14 they get the earth element, that's not good game design. They should not have to wait till level 14 to feel like a 4 elements barbarian. They should feel like a 4 elements barbarian. Because if you design it to feel like a 4 elements barbarian, but it just feels like a fire barbarian, that's just a fire barbarian. So that's sort of the same logic I have for the feedback here. I feel like we need more of the core concept earlier, or simplify the core concept and build off of it more specifically. Like, if you like the core concept being rage frightens people, we need more features that fit that vibe, as opposed to are just other pieces of a puzzle that we do not see what it looks like or understand what it is until we get to the end. That be my thoughts. Imagine being able to sense frightened creatures with blind sight. That could be cool. That makes a lot of sense. I took a lot of notes, and we'll resume work on this soon. Thanks a bunch, dude. Yeah, man, thanks for sharing. I love the idea. I think the idea of a barbarian that when it rage activates, it like does a little aura of fear explosion. Not an aura, but like a... I think the frightening visage when you shift into your rage is really cool. What's this song called? This song is called Alibi. Alibi by LM Styles. All right, let's give Lua a round of applause, please. Thank you for sharing. You're a champion. A glorious Tyrannosauri. Kadoosh. All right, who is the bottom of the list? Derek. Anybody post Derek? Nope. Cool.
Clap.
Clap indeed, my friend. Clap indeed. I like the idea of being able to sense frightened creatures. Although that's not going to matter that much. I guess it will matter sometimes. It kind of depends on how you express the frightened condition and if it gets any extra things. Because usually when you're frightening creatures, you kind of know where they are anyway. Like, it's very rarely where, like, you're needing to find a creature that is frightened of you. Usually you can just sort of, like, eyeball it. Because it's usually in the same space. Or running in a direction that you can kind of be like, that's the direction it ran in. I now know where it is. It's over there. You know? Alibi? That's the way that word is pronounced, right? Alibi. I was waiting to see if any of you would comment on my correct pronunciation. All right. English is not my first language, so don't be too upset with me if I mispronounce things. I do my best. It's not even my second language. Skim Milk, how long do you think English has been a language? Also, how long do you think I have been in a place where English is the predominant language spoken? It's like in The Simpsons when they figure out how much money Baba is next. It's like in The Simpsons when they figure out how much money Seymour Skinner makes, and they multiply that by his birthday, by his age, to see how much money he has, because they think, oh, he makes like this much money a year, so that's how much money he makes times his age. It's like, well, there's more stuff to keep in mind. Then Artificer spell from our dear Baba. What you got for us today? Supercharge. What's up, D Quantum? You can chat? Sick. Hello, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, pretty good day.
So what are we looking at today?
So, Artificer spell. This one is not a, terrain type thing, but why don't you give it a read and see how you like, and then
Sure.
chat.
Supercharge, 3rd level, Artificer. So Artificer, just so when we limit, you might know this already, but for everybody watching, if you make a spell limited to a spell list of a half caster, you can make it, if it's a 3rd, 4th, or 5th level spell, you can make it a little bit more powerful than a normal 3rd, 4th, or 5th level spell, because the half caster is not going to get access to that spell till much higher level. So there's a weird power, like if you look at some paladin, if you look at any paladin or paladin specific or like ranger specific higher level spells, less ranger, more paladin, there's a lot of really crazy powerful ones, and it's part of where you can balance that.
Those are some great spells to get with like magical secrets from Bard or something.
Oh yeah,
The pro tip. I do kind of lean on that a little bit here.
Yeah, I think it's like that's an okay thing to lean on. Requires acid and copper. A crackling arc of lightning flows from you into a willing creature within 30 feet, temporarily empowering them. The target's strength score increases by 10. Ooh. And they
That's the biggest
ignore
swing, I
the
think.
effects of the paralyzed, poisoned, and stunned conditions. They can still have or gain those conditions, however, and are affected by them again after the spell ends. The spell ends early if you and the target are separated by more than 60 feet. When the spell ends, the target is disadvantaged on attacks, ability checks, saving throws. Okay, can I make a suggestion that I think will make that power balance feel more reasonable?
Of course.
What if instead of this thing giving a plus 10 to a creature's strength, what if you can choose between strength or dexterity and it's plus 5?
Oh.
The reason why I say that, partially I'm a little concerned of the balance of the plus 10 to strength in general. And I think plus 5 would still be good, but is more reasonable. But or some other number. But the main reason is when I'm imagining the fiction of this spell, I feel like I should be able to supercharge my monk just as much as I should be able to supercharge my barbarian. And if I limit it to strength, I'm essentially choosing to never really feel it's always going to be more optimal to do this on a strength-based character. And
Sure.
I want to be able to use this on dex-based characters and for it to feel like it's having a similar impact, because I don't instantly assume supercharge would be strength. I feel like you could argue it's quickness just as much.
Yeah. I think I was kind of leaning into strength heavily when I was, designing this, because I wanted to make it like haste, but not like haste.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought strength was like the most clear differentiating sort of like stat to go to. But I see what you're saying. Like,
but it's
having the
pretty
flexibility
different than
goes
it
to
is
extra
different than haste, though, right? Because you're not getting
For sure.
extra attacks, you're not getting extra AC, you're not getting extra movement. It's really just the skills. It's a stat that goes up, and it's almost like more worth it for the skills that you would get the bonus on, which is something you don't get from haste. Like, that's the biggest difference here.
Yeah.
Is that if I cast this on somebody, and if I make it strength based, they get plus 10. Their athletics checks go up by plus 5 for that hour too, which is very good.
Yeah. Well, it's 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute, excuse me.
just-
Regardless,
yeah.
though, it's still pretty good. If I were you, I think the number 10 feels too high, and I would allow it to be Dex also. But everything else I think is pretty chill. I like it other than that. Some people in chat are suggesting maybe make it a fixed number. And you could do that. If you did that, you could maybe even make it
20 or
upcast.
whatever.
Like, it could be like the target's strength or dexterity score becomes 22. And if you cast it at a higher level, it becomes 24. You know? I don't know if that's a better idea or worse idea, but I think that's an interesting idea.
I like the increasing by a number, and then maybe I can add a upcasting that just increases that boost by 1 per slot.
Mm-hmm.
I think that could work.
The other thing that Trodosio is mentioning, which I think is a really good point here, is probably the best argument for why this should not increase a stat, but it should set a stat, is because of the amount of items that increase stats or set stats. Like this plus Ogre Giant Gauntlets is pretty intense. You know?
Right. Yeah. If you drink like a potion of giant strength and then one of these, you kind of get
it gets
crazy.
too silly, I think. Yeah.
You'll have like 30 strength super easily. You probably could get like up to 35 or something.
Yeah, you could get a higher strength than the strongest creature in D&D pretty easily, I think.
I think if I do take your first device and reduce the flat increase to 5, that becomes less of an issue.
Yeah, massively less of an issue.
Yeah, I think that does feel right. So maybe I'll do that. The other question I had was is the clause where the target can still gain the paralyzed, poison, stun conditions and get, affected by them later. Is that clear? Does that? And that's kind of a question for
clear.
Chat.
That's clear. Here's the only thing I would add. I would say they can still gain the they can still gain these conditions. However, instead of saying how you said however and are let me see what you wrote here. They can still gain or have these conditions, however, and are affected by them again after the spell ends. I think that what you should say is that the target ignores the effects of the paralyzed, poisoned, and stunned conditions, period. This doesn't remove the condition, nor give immunity to it, but it puts off the effects. I would use the phrase puts off or prolong, like whatever, delays the effects until after the spell. Use a specific word like that in there, and I think that's all you need to make that clear, I think.
Yeah, I think that will help it out a little bit.
I also don't know if we need the downside at the end. I understand it, especially if you're kind of basing this in vibe off of haste. But I don't know if we need it.
If I drop the, part of that is because it's increasing by 10.
Yeah.
So if I do drop it down to a 5, even though I make it flexible by strength or dex, then I could see losing that.
Yeah, I feel like getting plus 10 to your... If the goal is to balance it out, I don't think it's enough of a downside, and I don't want to give more of a downside.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I could see that.
Okay. Those are my main thoughts. I think I love the idea. I think that some people in chat have said, and I don't know if I agree or disagree, that they would prefer to just have the mechanics certain out. So, like, for example, saying you get a bonus to checks, you get a bonus to strength checks, saving throws, and attack rolls, and attacks equal to blank, which is essentially what this would be. That might be an easier way of navigating it. If you like the idea of the numbers going up, you could, but you just have to deal with all the consequences of that.
Yeah, I originally had, like, you would get, I think you would add your strength modifier twice when you hit with an attack, and then I said you get, like, advantage on strength checks and stuff like that. But I thought that it was just easier to have the score increase in the end.
It is easier for you, the writer. It is not easier for the reader, the user, because you can write
They
it
have to do the
super
math.
elegantly by just saying that. But now, every time they use it, they have to do the math.
Mhm.
They have to do that. Okay, my strength was 17, so I guess it's now 23 or it's 27 or whatever.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
then
like
one
now
is
I got to figure
17.
out what that means, and that's not just true. That's true for everything, and that's true every time I cast it, assuming that I'm casting it on different creatures, not the same creature every single time. So I think it's just like ease of use.
Gotcha.
Yep. Boobadoo, thank you for the resub. What's up, buddy? Hey, yo, back at you. I don't have more thoughts other than that. I like it. I think it would be fun. It feels good. I think it
Does it feel
feels
artificery?
I think it does ish. I almost want to make a
I could try and reflavor.
I don't think you need to change any mechanics.
Exoskeleton.
I don't think you need to change any mechanics. I think it's all about flavor vibe. What if... So right now you say the spell ends early if you and the target are separated by more than 60 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if an aspect of casting the spell was placing the jar of acid with a copper wire on the ground?
So making it
like a battery, and they had to stay within 60 feet of that.
Interesting.
That, I don't know if I like that more or less. That changes it a lot, maybe, in a way that I don't know if I like or not. But I think what you need to figure out how to sell, either through the fiction or the mechanics, in order to really make this feel like an artificery spell. It does feel like an artificer spell, by the way, right now. I'm just sort of,
Yeah,
you know,
it's more like Frankenstein.
Yeah, if you want to go overboard, if you want to make it feel like you are using a machine to interact with this, or like if that way, I think the key is figuring out how to make the components feel more present, either in the casting or in the way the spell functions. I think that's going to be the trick there, because the jar of acid in the wire, that's a battery, right? Like you're making that's basically, you know, like that's how you make a battery, basically. So, So I think figuring out how to mechanically or just in the flavor express it a little bit more obviously, like this is a thing that's being used, I think could be the move. That it could also maybe require it, because that's the other thing, is that this doesn't require this item. It just requires this item or your tools or whatever you cast spells with. So you could make it requires a jar of acid worth at least 5 gold and a copper wire worth at least 5 gold.
Basically inconsequential.
But that
you to have it.
Requires you to have it, and also gives you a lot more room to make it powerful. One of the easiest ways to make a spell more balanced is make it cost money when you cast it. Or you could also, and also the question is, does it expend it or not? Because
that's what I was about to say. If it expends, that also kind of sells the battery fiction more.
And then you can feel a lot more comfortable with it being more powerful. So for chat that doesn't understand what we're talking about, the way that spellcasting works is that if you have material components required for your spells, if the material is written like this, where it just lists the material, you essentially have a choice as a player to decide to have your character have those materials on hand or use their arcane focus, but you don't actually need to keep track of these materials. It's mostly flavor to imply that you need materials of some sort. But if it says that the material costs money, like you need a piece of wire worth 100 gold, then the rules change quite a bit, and you literally need a piece of wire worth 100 gold.
Yeah.
And sometimes that limits the power of a spell because it costs money. Like, I can't cast this spell until I spend $100 to get the wire. But sometimes it limits the spell because the thing you need is hard to get, like the spell Plane Shift. In order for you to use...
have a lever they can limit if you get it or not.
Yeah. So, like, the spell Plane Shift, you need to have an item that is tuned to whatever plane of existence you want to go to, or you can't use... Or maybe that's I forget if it's the spell or an item that works that way. But basically, you need...
Plane Shift.
Yeah, it's Plane Shift. So, like, you can't Plane Shift everywhere. You can Plane Shift places that you have an anchor in.
Right.
And then within items... Within spells that have a component cost, there's 2 types. There's the component cost where it just lists the amount of gold it costs, which is like, if you just said, this needs a piece of wire worth 100 gold, and that means I would need to spend that money and buy that wire one time. But so long as I had that wire, I would always have access to that spell. The other way that you can use component costs is a spell can consume the components, and it will always say that it does. This is going to be spells like Revivify. You'll notice it. If you look at like a lot of the more powerful spells, or the spells that like do extra shit, like bringing creatures back from back from the dead, not only do they cost money to buy the resources to cast them, but you need to buy that resource every casting. And that's like a very good thing to think about for power balancing. Yeah, there almost always is an asterisk. Yeah. Then. Yeah. Asterisk. Losing my words. Man, do you have any thoughts, questions, things that you are feeling unsure about, want me to talk about?
We covered just about everything. There was something.
Mm-hmm. What? You son of a bitch. You fucking... God damn it! You got me. Alright. Well, fuck you. Baba hung up on me. Okay. Okay, tough guy. Okay. You think you're cool? You think you're a nifty guy? Fun spell. Who's at the bottom of the list? Derek. Dirk. Dirk's still the bottom. Started at the bottom, now we're here. Yeah, it was well played. That's why I got mad. I didn't even get mad, but it's like I got a little mad. I don't like losing, and I felt like I just lost. Oh, you liked the new video? I'm so glad. Yeah, I like it too. I'm trying to I want to try to get into a pace of making a video at least like once every 2 weeks. Ideally more than that, but I'm still very slow with the editing process. And I have there's a poll up in my on my community tab on YouTube. If any of you go to my YouTube channel, you can go to the community tab, and there's a poll to decide what the next monster, what my next video should be about. And I either am going to do a video about smart monsters, or gross monsters, or friendly monsters, or tricksy monsters. I don't care. You can say what you want in the chat, but that's not voting. Voting is going and literally clicking the thing on the poll on the YouTube. But I'm happy to do any of those. I think they could all be super fun. And we'll probably end up doing more than them anyway. Friendly is the one that selfishly I want to do the most. I'll tell you what, before I thought that I should make it a poll for the audience, which I do think is a good idea, I was going to do friendly next. And then I was like, you know what? I don't know which one I want to do next. Friendly is cool, but maybe there's other ideas. So I put a poll up. Smart is winning right now by a little bit. People that are patrons on my Patreon or YouTube members also can vote more than once, because you get there's the public poll, but there's another poll on the Patreon, and then there's the other poll in the member tab of YouTube. So you get a little bit of extra weight behind your votes if you support me, but it doesn't. Who knows if that'll matter? But yeah, we'll see. Smart monsters will be cool. The fun thing about smart monsters is that there's not like a morality affixed to that. So you could sort of present there's a pretty wide variety of ways you could do it. And I'd also really want to make sure that I was not just making all of the smartest monsters in the game, because they're all like CR 25. That's boring. So I'd try to figure out like different ways of interpreting smart a little bit. Split your vote, baby. You got the power. I think Trixie is the one that will win if smart doesn't. I don't think gross or friendly are going to win, unfortunately. I like all the ideas, so I don't really actually care. Gladihedral. I wouldn't have offered them if I didn't think I had good ideas for all of them. Gladihedral. I'm currently building out an Eberron campaign where an Arc-Fae called the Forgotten Prince will play a significant role. Hey, I love using Arc-Fae as villains. So some of my favorite villains are Arc-Faes that I've used. It's one of the princes. This is one of the prince's minions. Hopefully, he can serve as an early game boss and a late game mini boss beefy minion. I wish you told us a little bit about the vibe of the Arc-Fae prince, because that would help, I think, give me feelings about what its minion does, and I might be able to give more specific feedback as to the way you might want to interpret their mechanics. But that is also okay. It's not the end of the world. Top rope boots. When diving onto an enemy from a height of 30 feet, you receive no damage, but fall and increase momentum from your enemy or be knocked prone. That kind of thing could work. I mean, Featherfall exists. I think you'd want to figure out the mechanics for slamming into people. If I'm building a subclass feature I design, if I'm building a subclass feature and a feature I design is close to a spell, should I give them the spell, especially for a half or full caster? I would not give a half or full caster a spell as a subclass feature ever, unless you are giving them that spell in a way that it is a unique casting of the spell that makes it really, not even really, but at least medium distinct new feeling or different feeling compared to the basic casting of the spell. Or it's giving them access to a spell that they normally wouldn't get access to. This is the Forgotten Agent. Oh, you mean on the spell list? Yeah, if you can give them, if you can make something work on the spell, if there's a spell that does something really close to the feature and it fits and makes sense on the spell list, definitely use it on the spell list. Definitely. Because then you have so much more room to be creative. You know? You don't need to spend any of that open-ended creativeness on something that you could put... Like, if... The best part about fitting things into the spell columns is that then you just have more room to make things that are completely new. What CR are you? You're CR 8. When a sock goes missing or a tool isn't in place, it's often because the agents of the Forgotten Prince have stolen it away. These Forgotten Agents serve as their Arcfey Prince material plane. They steal misremembered ideas. That's a fun phrase. And unloved possessions in an attempt to teach mortals a tale. Oh my god, this sentence is too long. You know what sucks? I really want to keep reading this, but I don't want to keep reading it because I'm getting bored of reading this sentence. Shorten your sentences. Oftentimes, this lesson goes unlearned. Yeah, I'm not reading the rest of this. You're taking way too long to say a pretty simple idea here. All of this phrase should be, if you can't, you need to get you need to get this whole idea into 2 sentences, not 1 sentence, 2 sentences that take up this much space. Or you need to change your idea a little bit in terms of what you're deciding to focus on. This is way too many words to essentially say they're tricksy and they steal stuff. It's not engaging the way it's written right now. Alrighty. Let's dive into the meat of it. So it's a spellcaster. It's also very quick. How big is it? It's medium. High AC. This thing might be a... You say non-magical, not mundane for damage types. Alright, let's see what this thing does a little bit. It got Chill Touch, Hex, Mage Hand, Pass Without a Trace, Invisibility, Suggestion, Modify Memory, Shadow Stealth. What's its damage? Its damage is kind of bad, but I guess it gets a bunch of spells. Its damage is okay. It's not very good. And then it has a Teleport, and then it has Stolen Gifts. The Forgotten Agent steals away others' gifts, just as their master taught. Once creature they see within 30 feet must... One creature they see within 30 feet must make a DC 15 perception check. On a failed check, the agent steals one of the following gifts to the start of their next turn. Weapon skill. For the duration, the target has disadvantage on weapon attacks, and it has advantage on weapon attacks. Casting ability. For the duration, the target has disadvantage on spell attack rolls, and all creatures have advantage on spell saving throws to resist the target's spells. I don't think all creatures should. I think only it should. All creatures don't have advantage on attack rolls against them from the weapon one. So why would the other one be so much more powerful? So it should just be this. This shouldn't affect. This should just affect this guy. What's his name? Forgotten. I forgot his name. The target speed is reduced by 20 feet. Additionally, the agent speed is increased by 20 feet. Yeah, there's literally no logical reason for this to be worded this way. Everything else works the other way. Okay. Thought process. This thing has some fun ideas, but I worry a little bit that the gameplay loop is not going to be fun fighting this thing. That's what I'm worried about. Let's break down what it's going to feel like fighting this monster for a second, okay? It's got pretty good armor, pretty good hit points, and pretty good damage resistances. It's immune to the two most incapacitating features outside of grappling or restraining. It's very good at hiding. It also can become invisible. It can also become really stealthy. So it's going to be hard to see, hard to spot, hard to keep track of. Be pretty tanky from an HP perspective. Do lackluster damage. And make creatures worse at their stuff. I'm worried about that. I don't know if that's actually going to be fun to fight. I think that if you took away the stolen gifts feature and just kept the rest, you would still have this pretty big issue with, which is because this creature doesn't do that much damage, it doesn't feel that threatening. So if I'm fighting a monster and I have a hard time hitting it, and every time it hits me, it's not that scary, that's going to become a tedious fight. Because I am no longer, I do not feel threatened by the monster, but it's still hard to kill it. Not because it's threatening, but because it's just tedious. And I worry that this could enter into that realm. That's what I worry about. And I think the mechanic of it stealing other creatures' abilities and getting stronger, I think this is a really cool feature if the rest of this monster wasn't incredibly annoying to fight. But the fact that this monster is already going to be annoying to fight, this feature doesn't work well on top of that. Because this is just going to make it even more annoying to fight. I think this feature works really well if you drop 80% of the stealth mechanics and make it like a more traditional monster, or figure out how to way to interpret the stealth in a different way or the tankiness in a different way. But you don't, monster fights don't need to last 10 rounds. They can last 3 rounds. There's no way in hell this fight's going to last 3 rounds unless either the monster is utterly failing at all of its features or the players get really, really lucky. And those 3 rounds are going to be annoying. Yeah, I think being a glass cannon would definitely help here. It's an interesting idea, but I don't think it's doing enough to sell itself. Most of the unique features that it has is stolen gifts. Everything else is pretty copy-paste from other things. The spell list is good, but I don't know if it doesn't feel like it connects that much. Or let me rephrase that. The flavor of this monster feels like it should be a tiny gremlin that gets access to these spells and steals stuff. So where I'm losing a lot of the flavor here is how this spell list fits the rest of the monster. I think this spell list fits the rest of the monster really nicely if the monster is a 2-foot-tall little gremlin that steals stuff. But that's not what it is. It's a medium-sized, incredibly tanky monster. So this feels, I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily overpowered. It just feels It feels like this thing is trying to be two different things. Like, is this thing trying to be like a guy that fights, or is this guy the guy that steals? I don't know. I'm not sure. I might simplify stolen gifts to if a target rolls a 5 or lower on a d20, it is considered a 1, then force the spell failure checks whenever the target casts one. I don't understand what you mean by the end there, but that's definitely an idea. Yeah, those are my thoughts. I think it's got some interesting things going on. I don't like how tanky it is and stealthy at the same time. And I think it doesn't do nearly enough damage considering everything else that's going on. I think it's going to be a slow fight, and I don't know if that's good. I think this thing... Also, I do want to just say, the flavor text, the spell list, the stolen gifts mechanic, everything that essentially is unique to this monster would feel so much more natural on like a tiny gremlin. So that I think is worth thinking about. If you do something like that, don't make it expend a spell slot. Ah, yeah, I agree. I see. That makes sense. Those are my thoughts. It feels like a couple different monsters smushed together. And they don't mix together as well as I think they ought to. Alrighty. But balance-wise, it's mostly fine. I think the balance, though, is not necessarily always equal to fun. And I think this is balanced, but it is going to be a slog of a fight. And I think you want to try to change it so it's not a slog of a fight. What's up, Chandler with the Z? How's it been, buddy? It's been a hot minute. All right, Gladdy. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. A Gladahedra comes along with the strength to carry on. And I almost see the truth. Gladahedra lives in you. You know that song? You're working on something for your campaign world. Very nice. I know, dude. It's been a while. It's good to see you again. It's been a hot minute. Next is Milky Boy, the Returner. What do you got, Milky? I trade making Zargon. I don't know what that is. He's my favorite Elder Evil. Okay, so it's going to just be a big crazy stat. I really like Hellish Nightmare feature. I don't know if it belongs. Milky, I'm going to be brutally honest here, man. If this thing is a page of text, I don't like it. I hate when monsters are just a giant page of text. Oh, it's a lot of text. Is it too much? I don't know. Unclear. This is one of the reasons why I really struggle with high AC, with high CR monsters, is I find they get really boring. Whenever you make a really high CR monster, I think they become really boring and repetitive feeling a lot of the time, and I think that they have enough features that they can be really tricky to run, because it's hard to keep track of all their features. That's not specific to this piece. That's all high CR monsters that have more than 4 abilities. Okay, let's see what this thing is. Honestly, the stats are kind of irrelevant. It's a CR 30 monster. Just make everything stupid high and you're good. Oops, where'd it go? Oh, I see. I clicked on something. Okay. What really matters here more than anything else is, does it sell a fiction? I am not going to read the flavor text because the stat block is really long, and I can tell by its length I'm already going to not like reading the whole thing. Again, because I don't like reading long monster stat blocks, not really because of you. So we're not going to worry about the features. We're going to see if it feels like it sells a fiction without reading the flavor text. It gains 30 hit points at the start of each of its turn. If it takes radiant damage, it only regains 15. I don't like the idea that it always regenerates even if it takes radiant damage. That's just going to be annoying. I don't think that's going to be fun. I think this win condition is also not going to be fun. I think it might be reasonable on a CR 30 monster because you need to make things a little bit more difficult. But I don't know if this is the solution. I don't know if I like it. I think it's still going to be tedious. I think it's going to be tedious regardless of what it is. And it's going to potentially lead to a situation where you can't win. Not because of your own lack of skills, or not even because of the dice, which is also annoying to me. What happened to your car? Did I miss a comment? Your windshield cracked from the hail. Fuck. That sucks. I'm sorry, man. If it makes you feel any better, I don't have a driver's license. So, I don't know if that makes... I don't know if that'll help. Legendary resistance is whatever. Magic resistance is whatever. Rejuvenation. Oh my god, does this thing have a regenerate ability and then an HP gain ability? I really hope it doesn't. If it's slain, its body disintegrates except for its horn. It comes back 100 days later. Its horn has immunity to all damage types. However, a wish spell can destroy it. This is fine. This is a nothing feature. This doesn't do anything. This is just flavor text in a feature, basically. This is like a, hey, this is how this works in the campaign. So you have another adventure to go on. That's fine. Zargon makes 1 bite attack, 1 horn attack, 3 tentacle attacks. How many attacks is that total? 6. If all 3 tentacle attacks hit, creature is grappled and is restrained. You can have up to 6 creatures grappled this way at a time. How can it have that many creatures grappled? You're breaking. Who's this again? Milky. You're losing the logic. If I have to hit all 3 creatures, if I have to hit all 3 tentacle attacks against the same creature to grapple it, where is the logic of those 3 tentacles not grappling this one creature? I don't know. Like, surely you should lose some of these 3 grapple attacks because you've just used 3 grapple attacks to hold this guy. That's sort of how I feel. So it doesn't make any sense that you can hold twice the amount of creatures of arms you have. Bite attack, bunch of damage, bunch of poison, poisoned condition that is only restored with lesser restoration. That's the most unique feature this thing has so far. So far, the most unique thing that this thing has going for it that's selling the fiction of it is that it poisons creatures in a way that you just have to cast a spell to be unpoisoned. If you don't do that, you are poisoned. So, how important is that vibe for this monster? I don't know. But the way that I am reading this monster, really fucking important. Because this is genuinely the first unique feature we get. So this is a poison-focused monster. And a plague monster. And if it's not, what are we trying to do in here? Boring horn attack, boring tentacle attack, all that's fine. Nightmare zone. Let's see what Hellish Nightmare does. Targets a creature that it can see within 90 feet of it. Target has to make a stupidly high charisma saving throw. I think 26 is too high, even on a CR 30 monster. I don't like it being that high. Or be teleported to a hellish plane for a minute. They can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns, returning to the fail, blah 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 blah. Is this just hurl through hell? Is this just a warlock capstone? At the end of each creature's turn, within the plane, it has to make another saving throw. Again, disagree with the DC. Or take some psychic damage. If a humanoid dies in the plane, it becomes so whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay. This is just Hellish Rebuke. I guess that's okay. This feature doesn't feel like it ties to the bite attack at all, though, which I don't like. And then we get some spells, which are not particularly flavorful. So my main feedback for this thing is that it doesn't really have that many unique features. It kind of doesn't feel unique. And it has no AoE potential, which is also kind of an issue. I agree. It's also very slow. That might be okay. It has a long-range single target thing it can do. It can grapple. Its AoE is that it can grapple creatures and deal a bunch of damage to them. But I think you spend way too much time filling this with stuff that is, like, completely uninteresting instead of focusing on the stuff that's interesting. Like, why waste time with Horn Attack and Bite Attack? Why waste time with Hellish Nightmare? Why waste time with Greater Regenerate? Like, there's so many things that are taking up so many... Like, if you want to do... The main combat mechanic of this monster is grappling creatures and then doing a shit ton of damage to them here. This is the way this thing deals damage. It attacks with a tentacle, and then it hits everybody for 10d10 damage. Everything else is secondary to that, or it should be, because it is. And a lot of it's kind of not anything. Like, why is grappling so difficult on this most important feature? Also, why can you grapple up to 6 creatures at a time, but it takes 3 attacks to grapple a creature? That means that it can only grapple up to its maximum creatures, assuming the combat lasts more than 6 rounds, and it successfully hits a different creature each round with 3 attacks. That's silly. And nobody else breaks out until then. That's silly. It's silly. So I think what you got to do for this monster is you have to think about more intentionally what the gameplay loop is that you want to sell here, and what you want to do with this monster to make sure that it feels distinct and unique, and that the Dungeon Master can use it very easily to accomplish the goal of those feelings. If I was a Dungeon Master using this right now, I would spend the whole combat trying to set up the tentacle eviscerate thing. Probably would forget to use Crackling Eye Beam literally at all. Definitely wouldn't touch the spell slots. And would probably not touch Hellish Nightmare either. Maybe I would use Hellish Nightmare once if the creature. Maybe I'd use Hellish Nightmare once before the bad guys got within range. Maybe. But like, this feels like Hellish. Just feels like Hurl Through Hell, but different, which I don't love. And it also feels like it doesn't belong in the subclass. Like, it feels like the class. Like, it feels like this feels like several different types of monsters mushed together, but it doesn't have a core feeling. What is the vibe of this Eldritch Evil? Let's see. Here's a bunch of lore that doesn't tell us the vibe. Here's a bunch of lore that doesn't tell us the vibe. He's a Cyclops. He's got 6 tentacles. Why doesn't he make 6 attacks? That's stupid. He's just a tendril dude. Yeah, this monster doesn't have a vibe. It has a vibe neither in the description nor in the mechanics. It needs a vibe. So what do I mean by vibe? I mean, what is this monster getting that makes it feel distinctly different from literally any other Demon Lord? Well, I would argue maybe the tentacle sapping power where it tentacle grabs you and then does damage. That's unique. I think being able to poison creature and have the poison only be restored by a spell is unique. But nothing else is unique. Even Hellish Nightmare is not unique. There's plenty of features that monsters get. This is essentially just swallowing a creature, right? So what does swallowing a creature do? It takes them out of combat and they take damage every round. This is taking a creature out of combat and they take damage every round. So it doesn't really feel unique either. So if the only thing that really feels unique is the tentacle arms, tentacle attack, and as I'm reading this thing, the only real unique details I'm hearing are that it's got tentacle arms and it's a Cyclops, I feel like you're wasting a lot of space giving it things that don't help sell that fiction. So aside from my disagreeing with the regeneration feature, I think the main feedback is it needs to feel more like a specific thing. That's what I would say. If in the lore he's an ooze guy, this doesn't feel like an ooze literally at all. This doesn't get any ooze features. Yeah, this feels neither like an ooze nor like a slime. So I don't know if that's important for you, but if that is important, this does not feel that way. I don't really have more thoughts. I think that it doesn't sell a unique fiction right now. I think there's interesting mechanics that you started here, but I don't think I think that you've tried to put too much in, and that you spent too much of that time putting in things that maybe you feel like it needs because it's a CR30 monster, instead of just focusing on the thing it needs to accomplish the goal and not worrying about other stuff. That's what I would say. Also, if you want to make this thing feel like an ooze or a slime, you really should be looking at other oozes and slimes. Not just to learn what all oozes and slimes have in common that this thing should get, but also learn what all other oozes get to make sure you're not just making this a big ooze, but it still feels unique and distinct. Turn PCs into oozes, summon oozes. Yeah, all of these things make sense. Yeah. So those are my thoughts. Milky, do you have any questions? Thoughts, concerns? Right now, it sort of feels like a standard devil that gets a random tentacle power. But I think the random tentacle power is like the most important part. I like it. So that's what I think. I think he needs to not feel like that. He needs to feel a little bit more focused. Those would be my thoughts. All right, you haven't said anything else, so I will accept that. And let's give Milky a round of applause. Do you want to look up what he looks like? Not really. I don't think that has an impact on my feedback of the homebrew at all. I mean, I guess I can look him up, but I'm not going to tell you to have any different feedback based on that. Zargon. Yeah, no other feedback. I think that you need to... This thing needs to be spending infinitely more... This monster should not cast spells. If anything, looking at the art means you should completely drop the spell casting, completely drop the crackling beam, or maybe keep the crackling beam. I would drop the spell casting and I would drop hellish... Oops. I would completely drop spell casting and drop hellish nightmare, and I would really focus on the claws, mouth, and horn. But that's just me. All right, those would be my thoughts. Unless the spell casting is like really important for some element of it that is important to you, it's fine to keep the spell casting. It doesn't do it. It literally doesn't do anything for it. Like it changes the way it feels 0 from my perspective. So deciding to keep it is fine. And then the hurl through hell feature just feels out of place. It doesn't feel like it belongs. All right, thank you all, thank you all, thank you all. Let's give Milky a round of applause for his tentacled demon lord thing. You gave it spellcasting because all archdevils get it? Okay, I mean, that's fine. I don't think you need to do something just because everything else does it. I think you should make sure there's at least a little intention behind it. But I would also say that spellcasting does you no favors. If your goal is to make a distinct monster, you are sacrificing aspects of your ability to make it a distinct monster by demanding of yourself that this thing can cast spells. You can still make it cast spells, but that is what you're doing. You're actively deciding to do something because you feel like you have to, even though that thing is not actively helping the thing feel like the thing you want it to feel like. And there are times where you do need to have to do a thing, like Paladin getting like a Paladin channel divinity or whatever. But with monsters, you don't ever have to do anything. You can always make it literally anything. I listen to music on a website called Epidemic Sounds. I make playlists and use music from that website. So those are my thoughts. Maybe part of why I'm not having a hard time selling I think part of why I'm having a hard time seeing the fiction is because the shooting a laser out of its eye and the sending somebody to hell, neither one feels specific. All of them feel like things that any devil that was an archdevil would be logical as a power for them to have, right? So maybe get rid of those features. But basically, you have a problem where you have a bunch of features that all fit, but they all would fit almost any devil. So while there's not anything inherently wrong with any of those features, what is wrong is that they all take up a lot of power and a lot of space, and none of them are doing a great job of selling the fiction of what this thing is as something distinct, at least to me. Coming from a place of not knowing what it's supposed to feel like, I don't feel like it feels like anything other than a devil that has tentacle arms. And if you want it to feel like it's more than that, it should. If that is what it's supposed to feel like, then then you don't need to worry about it. Then it's fine. But if the goal is that it's more of a slime or an ooze monster, that's definitely something that's important to think about. Also, in general, I would argue that your players are going to fight your CR30 monster once, and it's going to be the final boss. That's true most of the time. So assuming that's somewhat true, I think it is good to make sure that that monster has a very evocative gameplay loop that sells a very evocative fiction, because it's the last boss. You don't want to fight the last boss and for all their moves to be moves that, like, basically a pit fiend could do also. You know? If you're fighting a CR 30 monster and it's expected that you're going to be able to win, you are level 20, and you've probably fought a bunch of stuff already. You've certainly fought other devils and demons before, so you want to make this devil or demon feel really different, because they will have fought every other one up to this, basically. Yeah. Andre said, what is the main purpose for this type of evil? That is a great question, and that's probably what you should do to focus it. Like, if you look at the other Archdevils, all of them have a gimmick. All the Archdevils and Demon Lords have a gimmick. Cheweeblix is slime and eating. Slime and consumption. No, it's not even consumption, but it's like slime. The Null Yinagu is eating stuff and rage and rampaging. The beast, the guy that's name is not Bahamut, but it's close. It's Baphomet. It's all like beasts and big scary minotaurs. Gratz is like sexy and manipulative. What else is there? There's the secret guy. He's all like secrets. Like you want your things to feel like a thing. What is Buttbot doing? Buttbot? That's not a bot. They just have the name Buttbot. And it looks like what they did is they called you Butt. They do that a lot. They're my most common viewer. And mostly what they do is they copy-paste people's sentences and change the word to butt sometimes. And I appreciate it. Bucket. That's literally the only thing they ever say. It's the only thing they've ever said in my channel. Is they copy-paste things people say and change the words to butt. It offends people often at first, but then when you realize that's literally all they do, I think it's just kind of funny. This is Derek is next. This is intended to be a young magma dragon that is being corrupted by rituals that act a little like Cambion. So like a mind control-y guy. What do Cambions do? I forget. They're not a... I confuse Cambions and succubus. They are different things. Either you spelled Cambion wrong or I spelled Cambion wrong. This is a monster. Why aren't you letting me search for it? Dude, D&D Beyond has gone downhill. Is that how it's spelled? Cambion? There we go. Finally. Okay, what do they get that's neat? They can charm people. Yeah, they're basically a fucking incubus. Same bullshit. Okay. I'm looking mostly for ideas of new traits or actions that I could give it. I don't need you to write features for me, but if you could give ideas for concepts, that would be great. Cool. So this is going to be more of a brainstorming session. There it is in the chat if you guys want to give it a gander. There's a corrupted magma dragon. So all the basic stats are probably whatever. You don't have a CR yet, which is... that is going to have an impact on what I think it should get for its numbers. I'm literally not going to look at any of the numbers because I don't think you've finished them. Like, that's a lot of hit points for... I don't know, whatever. Okay, what does it get? Corrupting cloud. Purplish haze surrounds and clings to the magma dragon. Whenever a creature starts to turn within 5 feet of it, they have to make a con saving throw, or they take some necrotic damage and have their maximum hit points reduced by that amount. That feature does not make this dragon feel corrupted. It makes that dragon feel like it is corrupting, which I think is an important distinction to make. If you want this thing to feel like it is corrupted, I don't think it should have an aura that corrupts other people. I think it's like it is being corrupted. It does fire damage, blah, 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 lava spew. Each creature that fails a saving throw takes some damage. What's the area? Cone. 30-foot cone. This is too much damage. If you're going to be doing something like 16d6, at what I'm assuming is not that high a CR yet, like maybe CR 10 max. That's too much damage, and it's too much damage ignoring the fact that you're adding extra damage after it. So if you want to do something where this thing is getting a special breath attack that feels more like magma and maybe leaves a prolonged area of fire, great, do that. Limit the initial damage to keep that in mind. Yeah, it's way too much. Derek, I'll try to give you some ideas, but you kind of gave me very little to work with. Like, corrupted how? You said you wanted ideas for how to do a corrupted magma dragon. Corrupted how? You didn't give me any flavor here, so I don't really have that many ideas. I feel like there's nothing on the page. This feels like you started an idea and you're really still brainstorming it. And there's zero flavor text. So I don't really have that many ideas. You know, it's hard for me to have an idea that feels like it's going to be super specific or helpful. Chat, do you have ideas? How would you make a corrupted magma dragon? Maybe its bite does some sort of poisoning effect. Maybe after you bite it, after it bites you, it inflicts you with something that either takes away some damage resistances, or makes you more vulnerable to stuff, or maybe implants some sort of seed of corruption in you that could make an explosion later. I probably would not make them... I would probably go out of my way to make them less draconic. Like, I might drop the fly speed because their wings have, like, rotted off or something. Like, I'd probably go out of my way to make them not just feel like a dragon with an extra feature. I'd try to make them feel like there was shit that was fucked up about them because they were corrupted, too. Yeah, how do you give feedback? Like, what sort of corruption should this thing have? I have no idea. I would say in the future, we need if you're going to have a piece that is this sort of early in the development, we need a little bit more direction than what ideas do you have? Because I don't know what ideas I have. I don't have any ideas. I don't know what the vibe is. Yeah, is it decaying? Is it controlled by something else? I don't know. Derek, if you're here, I would love to know more what the vibe is supposed to be. If you're not here, I would say consider this a lesson in thinking about the types of homebrew feedback you ask for versus what is presented on the page. Because what I don't want to do is build anything. I don't want to build this for you. That is like the most boring idea in the world for me. Taking somebody else's idea and building it for them. And I don't have any ideas that I think will be particularly helpful. Because I don't know what this corruption is. So I might have an idea that's not fitting. My main idea is it does something with its bite. Yeah, there's already the Undead Dragon template. There's already the Shadow Dragon template. Both of them work very well. Both of them, I would argue, feel like corrupted dragons also. So I don't know. I think giving a dragon an entropy aura is interesting. I think Lava Spew doesn't feel like anything other than an overpowered breath attack. And I think that its bite and claw attack also don't really feel like anything right now. The Illithid Dragon is also a good example of a corrupted dragon, but also so different. So yeah, if you want to ask a really open-ended question, have enough on the table that we have something to work with, or if you want to ask if you want to present a really open-ended piece of homebrew, you want to ask a much more focused, specific question that helps us understand the direction it's going in. And if you at home are thinking, well, maybe he just wants you to brainstorm a bunch of ideas, that's not the point of this type of stream. And the only time I'd be comfortable doing that is if they were on camera with me or on voice with me. But it genuinely is not what I do here. What I don't do is look at your half-finished homebrew and tell you ideas for it. I have rough draft homebrew reviews and call-in show nights for that. There's also homebrew one by Dungeon Dads, the Hag Dragon. Yeah, the Hag Dragon's pretty cool. Yes, I have seen it before. It is very cool. Off the top of my head, without really knowing what the goal of this is supposed to be, I would say tie corruption into its bite and remove more dragon features to make it feel more like a dragon that has gone through some shit. Maybe look at something like the Venom Troll or the Rot Troll for ideas of how to represent rot, or other undead creatures like the Bodok, which has sort of like an entropy aura, or it's not called the Nightmare. What's the monster from the Shadowfell that's like a giant goat man that shoots orbs of annihilation? What's that monster called? He's not the Nightmare, but it has a name that's similar to Nightmare. It's like Nightshade, the Night Stalker, Nightwalker, one of those. But look at any of those monsters that have sort of aura, area of effect, entropy, corruption vibes to pull some examples from. Nightwalker, thank you. Or, if you want it to be a specific type of corruption, you want to build the features to sell that specific type of corruption. So if you want that corruption to be like a fungal corruption, give it spore features. You know, look at like the myconids or other plant monsters that do mushroom shit. If you want to make it like a mental corruption, give it features where people like start to get like psionic headaches or things like that, or their perception gets fucked, or they see illusions or whatever. You know, or there's a lot of different types of corruption. So that's what I would say. Pick the type of corruption you want and then worry about building features after that. The first thing I thought, Tradosia, was that they should take the flying away if they want to make this feel kind of like a really corrupted dragon. Because I also feel like if I'm imagining a dragon decomposing, I feel like the wings are the first thing to go, right? So it would be logical if it was like a somewhat decomposed dragon and it was like falling apart and it lost flight. I don't really have more thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing, Derek. I hope that was helpful. I apologize if you feel like that was not helpful and you wanted something different out of that. But that is the best feedback I have for the piece presented. And I hope it's helpful. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the piece. Kadoosh. Kersplunk. Andre says, hey, Cinder, when making a class, how do you come up with base abilities? I don't think that's the right way to build a class. I don't think the first thing you ask yourself when you're building a class is, what are the base abilities? I think the first thing you ask yourself is, why does this need to be a class? If you have an idea for something, you need to have an argument with yourself first about whether or not it needs to be a class. Because if you are starting building a class by saying, I don't know how to build unique base features, or I don't know what the unique base features should be, what you're really saying is, I am not super familiar with the way that unique base features work, or you're saying that I don't know what I want to make yet. So either one of those is going to be massively helped by making sure you have a really strong understanding of the base features of D&D classes in general. Beyond that, if you don't have a good idea for a base class, it's likely that your idea could be a subclass. It's likely that it doesn't need to be a base class. Hell, it's likely that it doesn't need to be a homebrew at all, and you can build it by just reflavoring stuff. So, if you want to build a class, the first thing you should do is make sure that it doesn't basically already exist. The second thing you should do is see if you can make it as a subclass. And if the answer is no, then then the next question you need to ask yourself is why. And I don't know that why. But the answer to that question, why, is going to be really important in you figuring out what those base features are. Because that's what they will need to be. I hope that helps a little bit. Like, if you decide you want to make a new class, and you're like, I want to build a class that's like, sort of like a fighter, but they go into this sort of like focused state of like hyper fighting. You don't need to build that. That's called a barbarian. You can pick a subclass to build for that is going to help focus that into the type of barbarian you want. But you don't need to build that. Or if you're like, I want to build a class that is like a skill monkey, but also sort of a spellcaster, and they just get like a bunch of different types of spells. It's not even like, I don't want to pick they get healing or they don't get healing. I want to also, okay, cool. That also exists. It's the bard, you know? So like, you really want to make sure that the thing you are making doesn't exist or can't exist in the form of a subclass. If it needs a core class, if you can't figure out it working with a subclass, then you start trying to make it as class, but never before then. And I wouldn't don't ask that question alone. Ask that question to other people too. Because inevitably, if you are thinking about making a class, you might encourage yourself to like not answer the question. Which is fine. If you like the idea of building a class from scratch just to see what that feels like, that's a great experience. But if you're like, no, I don't want to learn how to build a class. I want to build a class and I want it to work when I'm done. I'm more interested in it working when I'm done than I am building it and knowing it might not work when it's done. If that's the case, then you should learn how to build it first before you try. You can start trying, but if you don't take that time to learn that sort of base class necessity thing or basic balance first, you're going to put a lot of work into it, and that work is going to take so much longer than it would take if you don't try to build a class at all. Instead, try to build a bunch of subclasses and then build a class later. A symbiote is a perfect example. A user with symbiosis, like, so Venom. Do you mean like Venom? Yeah, the Beast Barbarian. The Barbarian is a perfect idea of a symbiote. Hey, I'm spending most of my time in my normal form. I activate my symbiote. It covers my body. It makes me stronger. I deal more damage. I get all these defenses. That's rage. If you're like, well, yeah, but I want to grow weapons. Well, Beast Barbarian. They grow claws. They grow teeth. They could even, you could reflavor any of those as tendrils. So, like, that's what I mean. Like, that's what I mean by, like, thinking about things that could just sort of work. Yeah. Because what you don't want to end up doing, the irony is the always Beast Barbarian joke started with me explaining how to build Venom in D&D. That was the first time I mentioned the Beast Barbarian was addressing making a symbiote. You mean taming specific creatures and using them to help you? Taming, well, do you mean taming creatures to help you that would require you to find them in the wild? Or do you mean summoning creatures or getting companions? So, like, for example, would it be like Pokemon, where you have to find the monsters to get access to them? Or do you mean like you have a minion that you have a bond with? Because if it's a minion that you have a bond with, you have the Drake Warden, you have the Beastmaster, you have the Wildfire Druid, you have the Echo Knight, you have, I'm sure there's others that I'm not thinking of, but you have a bunch of amazing subclasses that are entirely the Beast, the Battlemaster, that are entirely built around you having a symbiotic relationship with a minion. So, regardless of that, you want to start looking stuff up. You want to familiarize yourself with the things that exist. Yeah, so look up the Beastmaster Ranger, look up the Battlesmith Artificer, look up the Drake Warden Ranger, look up any of those. All of those do exactly that. If they do it in a way that you like, great. You don't need to build it. You can just play that thing. If they're doing it in a way you don't like, then you can start trying to think about building it. But if they're already doing exactly what you need, you don't need to build it. That's sort of my point. Like, it's a waste of time to build something that already exists. The only aspect of that isn't a waste of time is that it can be helpful to go through the motions of building something, even if you don't end up using it. But a lot of people don't want to do that and end up not using it. A lot of people feel like, if I'm going to put the work into this thing, I want it to feel like it's done at the end. So, Andre, you're really not going to be able to find monsters out in the wild like Pokemon, because that's not how the game is balanced. There's no balancing. There's no way to account for balance there. The way you would represent finding a creature in the wild is you would get a feature that gives you a very specific stat block for a beast pet, and the flavor would be you found that pet in the wild, which is how the ranger works right now. The reason for that is your pet has to scale with your power because it's a part of your core class or subclass or whatever. And if it doesn't do that, it's essentially like building a subclass where you might get some magic items, but they're in the form of pets. And that could lead to them being ridiculously overpowered or ridiculously underpowered, and puts a lot of responsibility on the dungeon master to do a lot of extra balancing work, which is not fair on the dungeon master and is kind of unrealistic to ask of them. So if you want to do a you get a pet thing, you basically got to summon them, or you could have a specific stat block that gets minor benefits depending on the creature type. So it's like, okay, oh, I captured a construct, so now my minion gets the construct features, or it changes to get construct features, or I captured a monstrosity, so now my minion gets the monstrosity features. But you can't really build D&D to work like Pokemon or anything like that, where you're like finding minions out in the wild and they are the pets and you're genuinely finding them. You could maybe make it work in a home game, but from the perspective of like, can this be balanced homebrew? The answer is no. There is no way you can intrinsically balance it. That homebrew will only ever be balanced by the nature of the way the dungeon master decides to interpret that feature. Oh, Yuan T with a awakened constrictor snake is a great idea. That's a really fun idea for a class. I like that character idea a lot. Yuan T get a bad rap because they used to be overpowered, but I love them. I think they're really fun. I love the idea of a D&D race that can speak to animals all the time, but only of a certain type. I think that's cool. Like, wouldn't it be cool if Drow could speak to spiders? You know? Bucket. Do you think there's any obvious potential core classes missing? Yeah, I do. I think there's two. And ironically, I think one of them is the one that Andre is trying to make. I think the two core classes that feel like they're missing is, one is a class where the entire class from the ground up is about you having a minion. A single pet that is your pet. And from the ground up, the class is designed for you to have essentially two stat blocks on the board, your character and your minion. And the subclasses would probably be split up into different creature types of minions that your minion would be. I think that would be a cool one. I've seen several homebrew versions of that, by the way. But I think it's a cool idea, and I think that doesn't really exist in the game right now. Like, where you might have like a D4 hit die on your core character because you have a beefy monster pet. Like something kind of extreme like that. That could be cool. The other thing that I think is arguably missing, and I actually don't think it's missing, but I think there's room to make it work, is essentially the martial version of a warlock is the only way I can think of describing it. A character that feels martial, but through customization and through weird powers, they can essentially feel like different types of X-Men, which is what a warlock is. Like, they're essentially a Swiss Army knife martial character, in the same way that a warlock is kind of like a build-a-bear more. And that's what I was trying to build on stream before, which was the metamorph, which was the idea of a core class built around you gaining the powers of being a shapeshifter. So you can like turn your arms into different things, or your body into different things. We'll talk about that on stream again at some point. Andre, that idea sounds interesting. I don't know if that would... I think you're overthinking the idea from a story perspective, though. I think you need to have a clear idea of a story to start, but if you want to build it as a class, the next step is always, okay, but how is that represented mechanically? Like, what are the literal D&D mechanics to represent that idea? And more importantly than that, are those D&D mechanics good at representing that idea? And is that idea unique enough to be worth representing? Because you can talk about your idea till the cows come home, but at the end of the day, what it feels like is the rules and how they're applied. I'm a Moron is next. I'll be submitting a Sharkling from Project Nautical. If my memory was crap and it was already reviewed, look at Zach the Litz Seaswin. Also check out Project Arctic. We are in need of playtesters and artists to help finish our project. If you guys are interested in Project Arctic, I don't know where to find it in the Discord, but I'm sure other people do. So I would ask them. And then you could join it and be a part of building a new compendium. What did you want us to look at? The Sharkling? Sharkling. So Project Nautical is... Where's the Sharkling? Where's the Sharkling? There it is. So this is a compendium that was made by members of my Discord that decided it would be fun to build a homebrew compendium together. This is the nautical book. So it's full of a shit ton of subclasses, races, monsters, magic items, all themed under nautical stuff. We also had a space-themed one. There's a Beastlands one. And there's now an Arctic one. The Arctic one, I think, is being done... I think the Arctic one is being run by I'm a Moron and a couple other people, if you wanted to try to figure out where it is in the Discord. And I think that the Beastlands one is in the members section. But basically, the idea is, if you want to start like a mini writing workshop group, where you and a group of however many people want to get involved are like, we want to work together to make a compendium, and we're going to be giving each other feedback and editing, and usually someone takes the lead, and they're basically like, they have final draft. So they might be like, this piece is good, it's not done. So you need to re-edit it again before we can put it in it. It's you guys holding yourselves up to higher standards, which I think is cool. And it leads to these really cool compendiums being made. So give it a gander in the Discord if that's something that interests you. Oh, okay, so it's a Sharkling. It's a shark person, I'm assuming. Land lovers fear the Sharkling size. It's a shark person. Shark person. They're feared. You're being repetitive here. Look at this sentence. What does this sentence say? I'm a Moron. It says Sharklings are misunderstood and feared. What does this second part say? Sharklings are feared. Stop it. Stop repeating yourself. Also, this sentence is too long. Oops. Not what I meant to do there. Yeah, spend less time repeating yourselves. Write shorter sentences. Talk a little bit more about their vibe. Let's see what we get here. You're a monstrosity. Interesting. You're medium or small. Walk speed of 30 feet. Swim speed of 40 feet. I might play around with making you have a 25-foot movement speed, potentially. See if that opens up more venues, if there's not enough power. Or if we need more power. Especially because 40 feet's a little fast. You can breathe air underwater. Okay. What else do we get? Bad reputation. Folktales falsely paint you as a hungry monster that only seeks to devour sailors. However, the feats of power, blah, 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 blah. There's way too much flavor text before we get to the mechanic. You have proficiency in one of the following skills: athletics, intimidation, perception, or survival. Okay, pretty basic feature. Not bad. Whenever you get a feature as a subclass, not a subclass, whenever a D&D race has a feature where you're getting new skills, it is better to give options from a power perspective, but I feel like it is worse to give this many options from a helping to build the fiction of the monster. Like, I think this would be much better if this was just, you get intimidation. I think it would feel much more like it fits the vibe of Bad Reputation. Why does athletics have to do with this? Or perception, or survival? What do any of these things other than intimidation have to do with you getting a power because people are scared of you? You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to give us options, each one of these options needs to work towards selling the fiction of the feature and the class. Let's see what we get for bite. Your large bite is a natural weapon. Counts as a simple weapon. It deals 26 piercing damage on a hit. Additionally, once per turn, if you move at least 10 feet towards your target before hitting with the bite attack, you can deal an extra 1d6 piercing damage and can attempt to shove the creature as part of the attack. I don't like the shove as the part of the attack. I think getting a natural attack that is essentially the same as a greatsword is enough. I don't think we need to add a shove in there. Especially considering this would stack with extra attack. I like it, though. I like it if you drop the movement. If you drop the extra shit at the end there. I could also see you making it sort of more like the lizard folk, where you always have the bite attack, but the bite attack deals more damage but limited times per day, as opposed to based on movement. Let's see what's going on with Hunter's Instinct. As a bonus action, you can move up to half your movement speed toward a creature that is below its hit point maximum. Which you can... I don't love this. There's a bunch of features that are very similar to this. The Orc gets a feature that's basically this. Already. Which is like... I think it's you can just dash as a bonus action so long as you're moving towards an enemy. I think I would go in a different direction here than this one. I would probably tie this feature to, like, tracking creatures than being able to speed towards them. You know, you can, like, smell the blood in the water kind of stuff. Hey, Cinder, just cut up. I wasn't here. Wanted to point out that I was the artist for my piece, so I didn't feel the need to credit it. Oh, shit. I didn't... Well, Fluffcopter, I didn't know. I'm so sorry. Do you know what happened there, Fluff? It looked like video game art. I'm not super familiar with Hollow Knight. So I just assumed it was art taken from the game or taken from somebody that made art for the game, which I guess is a good sign. I apologize for misunderstanding. Thank you for clarifying. I also agree, Fluffcopter, if you were posting this homebrew on the Unearthed Arcana website, it would get deleted. It would get banned by the mods, because even if you make the art for your homebrew on that you post publicly there, you still need to credit yourself. All art has to be credited, because if it's not credited, people can't tell. So you should always get in the habit of posting somewhere on it art by me or art by Fluffcopter or whatever the fuck. Because any public forum is going to assume that you didn't make the art and that it's uncredited, and they're going to kick it off. Because that's what a lot of people do. Oh, it's not... Dude, you did fine. You didn't do anything wrong. I just don't want you to be in a situation where you're like, why is my homebrew getting banned from subreddits and shit? And then you get upset. You're like, I'm making the art. I'd rather you not have to go through that rigmarole, you know? You have advantage on perception checks, smell and survival checks to check injured creatures. Oh, that is the blood in the water feature. I think you need to be a little bit more clear about what injured creatures means. I'd make it related to hit points and blood. I still think Hunter Instinct is not the move. It's too similar to the Orc feature. Powerful build is powerful build. Okay. Main feedback, I don't think we get enough unique features. I think Keen Smell is fine. I think we also get 2 features that are just skills-based, which is boring. Keen Sense and Bad Reputation are just skills, which not anything. Hunter Instinct is fine. But the problem is that the Orc exists. And I don't think this feels unique anymore because of that. And with the bite, I think you just got to deal with the shove nonsense. I like the bite. Bite's the best part so far. Is there anything that I can explore the whole shark fin pursuit feature to replace Hunter's Instinct? Well, I don't know. Why is, I feel like you have that with this. You have advantage. You literally get advantage on two of the most important skills related to tracking creatures while tracking injured creatures. That's what that is. So you get that. What do you mean by the fin pursuit feature? I don't know what that means. Do you mean like the moment in a movie where a person knows a shark is going to try to bite them and then they're scared that the shark is going to try to bite them and then there's a shark moving towards them? If that is what you mean, that to me sounds like roleplay stuff. Like how sharks are fast. Almost like how you gave them a 40-foot swim speed to represent sharks being fast, as opposed to giving them a swim speed equal to their regular walking speed, for example. Is that not accomplishing that? If you think this is not accomplishing sharks are fast, this movement speed should be 30 feet. Those are my thoughts, man. I think that there's not enough going on right now, but I think it's a cool idea, and I think there's room to improve. I think the question to ask yourself is, what else do I want to put in here, or how else can I tweak this to make this more of a shark? Honestly, I think you should steal more from the lizard folk. The most important part of this shark is the bite. Let it, like, regenerate from a bite, or I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But those are my thoughts. I apologize that I do not have ideas for new things right now. But addressing it as it is, I think that my feedback is it needs more things that feel distinct. And there's a lot of stuff that feels sort of frivolous or redundant. Not getting enough unique features has also been true of official nautical races. That is true. But I think we should aspire to be better. All right, moron. You're great. You're not a moron. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it very much. You are a true champion. A true champion. Itchy ear, itchy ear, itchy ear, itchy ear, itchy ear, itchy ear. Parts of my body get itchy when I stream that don't get itchy ever. And it's my fucking ears, which is obviously from the headphones, but it's my nose too. And I hate the nose part. I don't know why I get so itchy from my... I don't know, like, why is my nose getting so itchy? I don't know. Life's hard, you know what I mean? You guys know what I'm talking about. Alrighty. Where is... Okie doke, friends. It is almost 1 a.m. I think I'm on the precipice of not being able to give good feedback. So I think we're going to cut it off here. I'd rather cut it off here than... I'd rather cut it off here than do... whatchamahoo's-it? I'd rather cut it off here than give a shitty review. That's what I'm trying to say. Alrighty. Folks! This is the last stream for the week, unless I end up doing maybe something, maybe doing something that is, 1 second. Is this a review or is this live right now? I think it's live right now. Okay, it is. if you guys like what I do, consider supporting me. If you don't like what I do, consider ignoring me. We will be back on Monday. Maybe we might do a stream over the weekend, depending on how tired I am. I need a little bit of a break. This week was like a lot of stuff. But that being said, you guys are really amazing. And I hope that this was entertaining and somewhat helpful. And now, before we end, guys, we're going to do the most fun part of the show. I hope you're ready for it. Wait. It's time to say thank you to everybody that is supporting my channel. Let's see what we got here tonight. Some new followers. We got Marcus. We got Krev, Alkund, Valkris, DeQuantum, The Real Pointy Crow, Random Dude of the Internet. We got some new subs. GB, Kitskami, A View Like My, Joseph, Bratu. Some new subscribers. Sharky Hat, Artist, Squid, Quantum, I'm Schwa, Boobadoo. You guys are all returning, not new ones, but I love you anyway. Sea Slug, Lanon, Roop, Clost, Bat, Martin, Clint, Shadow, Laniclef, Gamer, Rex, Ouch, Quisby, Dondagora, Dutalin, Shimps Glass, thank you for the subs. Cheers from Baba, Bazalul, Artist, and Vlorin. Bildo, you are my moderator, first, last, and always. And thank you, Joe Mama, lastly, for the super chat. Guys, you are amazing. Thank you for being here. Have an absolutely great night and a great weekend. We're going to go right into Captain Robert. If you're watching on YouTube, you can't raid with us, but you could go watch him on Twitch anyway if you want to. He's fun. Love you. Have an absolutely amazing night. Have a great weekend. Bye. I'll see you in the Discord. Bye.